Chapter 741. The day for the Dark Star God Palace to come to the Starry Crescent Land to recruit disciples had finally arrived. Early in the morning, Feng Xiaoxiao found Yi Xing and the two of them went to the Big Dipper Palace together. Including Feng Xiaoxiao and Yi Xing, there were a total of 10 young geniuses gathered in the Big Dipper Palace. Only one of them was a Star Sea Realm monarch. The King Realm disciple was called Zhao Yanling. She was the only King Realm disciple under the age of 35 in the Big Dipper Sword sect. Yi Xing had heard Feng Xiaoxiao talk about her before. Of the other 9 people, 4 were 9 Star Supremes and 5 were 8 Star Supremes. They all knew that Yi Xing was Feng Xiaoxiao's friend and that Yi Xing had stayed in the number 4 illusory mystic formation for more than an hour. His strength was at least at the level of a late-stage 1-star king. Therefore, they were all very respectful and friendly to Yi Xing. Today, the person sitting in the sect master's seat wasn't Vast Sky Emperor, but a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man looked like he was over 70 years old. He didn't have the slightest fluctuation of astral energy. He gave off the feeling of an ordinary old man. However, Yi Xing's pupils shrank when he saw this white-haired old man. Even Vast Sky Emperor was standing respectfully to the side. This white-haired old man was obviously not an ordinary old man. In the Big Dipper Sword sect, only one person had such a status. That person was the Big Dipper Sword sect's guardian expert, quasi-god Feng Hanxiu. This was the first time Yi Xing had seen a quasi-god. He couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't dare to look directly at Feng Hanxiu and immediately looked away. With Yi Xing's current cultivation, he was extremely sensitive to other cultivators. Even if a Star Sea Realm monarch or emperor were to hide their cultivation, Yi Xing would still be able to sense danger. However, Yi Xing couldn't sense any danger from Feng Hanxiu. The absence of danger was the true danger. This meant that Feng Hanxiu had reached a level where even Yi Xing couldn't sense him. This showed that the gap between Yi Xing and Feng Hanxiu was extremely wide. Feng Hanxiu's gaze swept across Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the other young geniuses. His gaze lingered on Yi Xing. Obviously, he had heard of Yi Xing's name. Yi Xing's strength had surpassed that of a 1-star king, and he could compete with a 2-star king. Emperor Vast Heaven naturally reported this to Feng Hanxiu. The Dark Star Temple's recruitment was the biggest event in the Starry Crescent Land in the past 100 years. All 7 factions would send their quasi-gods to participate. Therefore, Feng Hanxiu personally led the Big Dipper Sword clan's team to participate in the recruitment. Every martial artist who was accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple would become the backbone of their respective forces in the future. More than 80% of the quasi-gods and great emperors of the 7 strongest forces were once disciples of the Dark Star Temple. They only returned to the Starry Crescent Land after further study in the Dark Star Temple. Yi Xing. Quasi-god Feng Hanxiu's gaze lingered on Yi Xing as he called out Yi Xing's name. Junior is here. Yi Xing took a step forward and nodded slightly. Feng Hanxiu said slowly, I heard from Vast Heaven that you have the confidence to compete for first place. Yi Xing nodded and said, yes. Compete for first place? Apart from Feng Xiaoxiao, the other Big Dipper Sword clan disciples were all shocked. Whether it was Feng Zongtian or Flowing Star Sword, their strength was not ordinary among the 2-star kings. To compete for first place, one would need to be a first-rate 2-star king. Feng Xiaoxiao was very clear that with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to find a worthy opponent among the 1-star kings. Yi Xing was stronger than him when they were at the same cultivation level. Now that he was 1 cultivation level higher than him, his strength would definitely surpass him. To Feng Xiaoxiao, it was normal for Feng Xiaoxiao to have the strength to compete for first place. Feng Hanxiu's calm eyes flashed with joy as he said, very good. If you have the chance to win, then do it. If you don't, then don't force it. The competition does not prohibit life and death. You have to be careful of the disciples of Star Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley targeting you during the competition. Yi Xing said, I will bear that in mind. Feng Hanqiu said, the Dark Star Temple comes to the Starry Crescent Land every 100 years to recruit disciples. Some of our 7 forces have yet to return from the Dark Star Temple. If they can't kill you in the competition, they'll definitely find another opportunity to do so once they reach Dark Star Divine Palace. If any of the martial practitioners from Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, or Dark Een Palace try to make things difficult for you, feel free to inform the martial practitioners of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. I'll have Feng Xiaoxiao pass on my message and they'll help you. Yi Xing cupped his fists and said, yes. Feng Hanqiu stood up and looked away from Yi Xing. He said, let's go. Led by the quasi-god Feng Hanqiu, the sect master Vast Sky Emperor, and 3 peerless emperors, a total of 5 seniors led Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and 10 others to the Big Dipper Sword Clan's teleportation array. Through the teleportation array, the Big Dipper Sword Clan team appeared in a desert at the extreme south of the Starry Crescent Land. This place was called the Chaos Desert. The deeper one went, the more chaotic the space became. There were many layers of space and cracks in space. The passage between the Starry Crescent Land and the Dark Star Continent was located in the deepest part of the Chaos Desert. Only quasi-gods had the strength to pass through the passage and reach the Dark Star Continent. One needed to be at least a second Nirvana quasi-god. In the middle of the Chaos Desert, there was a huge battle stage that spanned several dozen miles. It was covered by an array that prevented the wind and sand from blowing in. This battle stage and the array were set up by the Dark Star Temple's experts in the ancient era as a place to recruit disciples. Although the Dark Star Temple only accepted 10 disciples every 100 years, after 100,000 years, the number of disciples they had recruited had reached tens of thousands. The Big Dipper Sword Clan team arrived at the battle stage early in the morning, but some other sects arrived even earlier. Feng Hanqiu, Emperor Guangtian, and the other quasi-gods greeted each other. Only then did Yi Xing realize that the first to arrive were the captains of the Golden Lion Sect and the Moon Severing Sect. The Golden Lion Sect and the Moon Severing Sect's captains were both 9th stage Astral Sea Realm Great Emperors. As for the quasi-gods, the Golden Lion Sect's captain was a middle-aged man named Jin Hongcheng. The Moon Severing Sect's captain was a beautiful middle-aged woman named Qiu Minjun. She seemed to be much younger than Feng Hanqiu. They were both first Nirvana quasi-gods with a lifespan of 2,000 years. Naturally, they were of the same generation. However, from Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun's expressions, it could be seen that they respected Feng Hanqiu, who was almost twice their age. Not long after, the Great Spirit Sect's team arrived. The quasi-god of the Giant Spirit Sect was a tall man without a single strand of hair on his head. He was bald and shiny, but he was not young. He looked to be in his 60s, much older than Jin Hongqiu and Qiu Minjun. Old Ghost Hanqiu, I haven't seen you for 100 years. You're still the same. You're full of energy. Lu Zhenghong, your face has grown many wrinkles in the past 100 years. Huh. The Great Spirit Sect's quasi-god started chatting with Feng Hanqiu. Only 10 names away from the top 100. Begging for votes. Charge into the top 100. I'll continue to write my story. Today, I'll explode at 6. Chapter 742. Lu Zhenghong was only 200 years younger than Feng Hanqiu. The two had known each other for a long time and were obviously more familiar with each other than Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun. Lu Zhenghong glanced at the Big Dipper Sword Sect disciples and said, "Old geezer, this time, your Big Dipper Sword Sect can't compare to my Great Spirit Sect, hee." While speaking, Lu Zhenghong glanced at a King Realm disciple of the Great Spirit Sect and continued, "Feng Xiaoxiao hasn't become a king yet. Your Big Dipper Sword Sect's King Realm disciple is only at the late stage of Astral Sea Realm, hee. Our sect's Peng Ju has a cultivation at the peak of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm. His strength is unrivaled among one-star kings. Apart from Astral Elephant Palace's Meteor Sword and Devil Ceiling Valley's Feng Cangtian, Peng Zhu can easily take third place. Feng Hanqiu followed Lu Zhenghong's gaze and glanced at the King Realm disciple of the Great Spirit sect, Peng Zhu. He chuckled and said, "It's hard to say, hard to say." Lu Zhenghong rubbed his bald head and said, "Old geezer, you're looking down on my sect's disciples. How about we make a bet? If Peng Zhu takes third place, it's my win. If not, it's your win." Feng Hanqiu looked at Lu Zhenghong with a faint smile and said, "What bet?" Lu Zhenghong thought for a moment and said, "Let's make a small bet. A top-grade profound weapon, how about it?" Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. A top-grade profound weapon, and this was only a small bet? The Big Dipper Sword sect's martial artists tried hard to hold back their laughter. Yixing wanted to fight for first place. Whether he could take first place or not was another matter, but if he could, he would at least be in the top 3. This bet was obviously Lu Zhenghong's loss. A top-grade profound weapon wasn't an ordinary item. Even many kings didn't have a top-grade profound weapon. This bet was obviously Feng Hanqiu's win. Naturally, the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial artists wouldn't cause trouble and forcefully held back their laughter. Feng Hanqiu was victory in his grasp. He smiled and said, "Baldy Lu, since you want to give me a gift, how can I not accept it? Let's bet." Looking at Feng's appearance, Lu Zhenghong had a bad feeling. However, Lu Zhenghong thought for a moment. Other than Flowing Star Sword and Feng Zhangtian, there was no other junior martial artist who could be a match for Peng Zhu. The only person Lu Zhenghong was worried about was Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao's talent was too high. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she was the #1 genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. If Feng Xiaoxiao was a 9-star supremacy, Lu Zhenghong would be worried whether Peng Zhu would be a match for her. Lu Zhenghong carefully sized up Feng Xiaoxiao. When he discovered that Feng Xiaoxiao was indeed an 8-star supremacy, he immediately relaxed. Lu Zhenghong chuckled and said, "Old man, don't try to be mysterious. I won't fall for it. Let's bet. Just wait for my disciple to take third place, haha." While Lu Zhenghong was laughing, another martial artist arrived at the arena. The number of martial artists that came this time was a bit too many. They were the teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. Astral Elephant Palace and Dark Moon Palace had always been close. Recently, Demon Ceiling Valley seemed to have joined this small group. The 3 major sects were on the verge of joining together. Astral Elephant Palace and Demon Ceiling Valley each had 2 quasi-gods. Their strength was stronger than the other 5 major forces. If they joined forces, it would definitely be a terrifying force. With the addition of Dark Moon Palace, it would be even more terrifying. The other 4 major sects only had 4 quasi-gods. However, these 3 major sects had 5 quasi-gods. In the Star Moon continent, quasi-gods were the high-end combat power that stood at the peak. The difference of 1 quasi-god was huge. When the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 major sects arrived, the martial artists of Big Dipper Sword sect, Giant Spirit sect, Golden Lion sect, and Moon Severing sect all looked over with vigilance. When Myriad Elephant Emperor, 9 Candle Emperor, Sealed Extinction Emperor, and the 3 quasi-gods arrived at the arena, their gazes swept over the Big Dipper Sword sect's team. Soon, their gazes locked onto Yixing. 3 emperors and 3 quasi-gods all stared at Yixing with extremely strong spiritual pressure. Yixing immediately felt as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. That invisible pressure almost pressed him to the ground. Yixing circulated his astral energy and spread his legs apart like a mountain. He used all his strength to resist this invisible pressure. In the blink of an eye, his forehead was covered in sweat. When Feng Hanqiu saw this, he moved his feet and stood in front of Yixing, blocking the formless oppressive might. Xing Chengji, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xian Yuan. Feng Hanqiu's gaze swept over the 3 quasi-gods. He shouted, "You're all living like dogs. As quasi-gods, you're bullying a junior. Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Feng Hanqiu only spoke to the three quasi-gods. As for the three emperors, they were ignored by him. They were not qualified to speak to him on equal terms. The three quasi-gods withdrew their spiritual pressure. Xing Qingji snorted and said, "Feng Hanqiu, your Big Dipper sword sect really likes to poke your nose into other people's business." Feng Hanqiu smiled faintly and said, "At least we don't bully others. We're much better than your Xingxiang palace." Xing Qingji sneered and said, "Do you really think your Big Dipper sword sect can handle this? The Big Dipper sword sect can protect him for now, but can they protect him forever?" Feng Xiaoyuan said, "If the Big Dipper sword sect hides him in the sect, it's not impossible for them to protect him forever. However, they actually dared to let him participate in the disciple recruitment competition of the Dark Star Temple. This is courting death. Old Ghost Hanqiu, open your eyes and watch. Yixing will die at the hands of my sect's disciple, Feng Zangtian." Behind Feng Xiaoyuan, among the disciples of the Demon Sealing Valley, a young two-star king raised his head with a proud expression. "He he." Xing Qingji smiled faintly and said, "Brother Xiaoyuan, that's not necessarily the case. If Yixing is in the same team as my sect's disciple, Flowing Star Sword, the one who kills Yixing will be Flowing Star Sword." Dark Moon Palace's quasi-god Feng Yuan said, "No matter who he meets, Yixing will undoubtedly die." The martial artists of the various sects all looked at Yixing. The Xingxiang Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley had once issued a bounty on Yixing. This matter was known to all the martial artists of the 7 major forces. Now, the quasi-gods of the 3 sects had clearly stated that their disciples would kill Yixing in the competition. All the martial artists wanted to know if Yixing still dared to participate in this competition. Of course, Yixing would not back down. Feng Hanqiu was also very confident in Yixing. Since Yixing dared to fight for first place, his strength must be at a very high level among the two-star kings. Even if Yixing was not a match for them, he would at least have no problem keeping himself alive. Although there was no rule against life and death in the competition, if the opponent admitted defeat, then they would have to stop. Feng Hanqiu did not believe that Yixing would be killed by Flowing Star Sword or Feng Zangtian before he could even admit defeat. Feng Hanqiu sneered in his heart and thought to himself, "I'll let you guys have fun in your fantasies for now. When you see Yixing's strength, let's see if you can still laugh." If Yixing can defeat Feng Zangtian and Flowing Star Sword and take first place in the competition, hee, at that time, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. Chapter 743. In the arena, the 7 factions were divided into 3 groups, each of them spread out in different directions. The teams of Astral Elephant Palace, Demon Sealing Valley, and Dark Een Palace were gathered together. The teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect were gathered together. The teams of the Golden Lion Sect and Moon Severing Sect were gathered together. Jin Hongcheng and Qiu Minjun exchanged a glance, then led their teams toward the teams of the Big Dipper Sword Sect and Great Spirit Sect. The other party's 3 major forces were too strong. The other 4 major sects could only fight against them if they worked together. Not long after the teams of Astral Elephant Palace and the other 2 sects arrived, the quasi-gods all looked toward the depths of the desert. They had already sensed that the team of the Dark Star Temple was heading toward the arena. After a dozen breaths of time, the great emperors also sensed it. After a few more breaths, the emperors also sensed it. By the time Yixing sensed a powerful fluctuation coming from the depths of the desert, the space in front of him split apart in the blink of an eye. A black spaceship about 30 meters long emerged from the void. This black flying ship exuded a terrifying aura that made one feel an urge to kneel before it. A supreme-grade profound artifact would never have such a powerful aura. It was clear that this was a divine artifact, and not even an ordinary one. The black flying ship passed through the array formation and stopped in the air above the arena. Every martial artist present, including the quasi-gods and great emperors, focused their attention on the black flying ship. The next moment, the cabin door opened, and a line of martial artists filed out. The first to walk out were 3 quasi-gods, 1 at the front and 2 at the back, none of them concealing their cultivation. The one at the front was a second Nirvana quasi-god, and the 2 at the back were both first Nirvana quasi-gods. Greetings, divine emissary. Below, the quasi-gods cupped their fists and called out in unison. The other martial artists hurriedly followed suit and bowed slightly. The second Nirvana quasi-god stood at the bow of the ship and waved his hand. No need for formalities. This quasi-god is Zhonglitao, and beside me are my junior brothers Fan Wengang and Situ Hai. We are in charge of recruiting disciples from the Starry Crescent continent. On Starry Crescent land, the maximum number of martial artists it could accommodate was a second Nirvana quasi-god. Therefore, the highest cultivation level of the deity's Templar martial artists who had come to recruit disciples was a second Nirvana quasi-god. If one's cultivation level exceeded that of a second Nirvana quasi-god, they would be rejected by the laws of the world. As for true gods, they weren't rejected. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace recruited disciples from many mid-sized continents, but there were very few true gods. It was impossible for every continent to send a true god. Yes, Sir Divine Envoy, the quasi-gods replied in unison. At this time, Zhonglitao, who was standing at the bow of the ship, waved his hand and opened a layer of seal. He said, "Brothers of Starry Crescent Land, come out." The martial artists of the 7 superpowers were shocked. Every 100 years, 10 geniuses from the Starry Crescent land would enter the Dark Star Temple. However, there would also be disciples who returned to the Starry Crescent land to cultivate in the Dark Star Temple. With their individual strength, only true gods could travel from a high-grade continent to a low-grade continent. Those below true gods could only rely on tools. If the martial artists of the Starry Crescent land wanted to return, they could only do so once every 100 years when the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples from the Starry Crescent land. The Dark Star continent was a high-class continent, and the Dark Star Divine Palace was a top-notch 5-star sect. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, there was a chance to raise one's cultivation to a higher realm. Not every martial artist who went to the Dark Star Divine Palace was willing to return. However, there were always some martial artists who missed their hometown. When they found it difficult to improve their cultivation level, they would return to the Dark Star continent. Moreover, for example, a 9-star king was only an elite disciple in the Dark Star Temple. However, in the Starry Crescent land, he was a great emperor. His status was completely different. This was one of the main reasons why martial artists who went to the Dark Star Temple to cultivate returned to the Starry Crescent land. Every time, there would be 7 or 8 martial artists who would follow the Dark Star Temple team back to the Starry Crescent land. Sometimes, there would only be 2 or 3 martial artists. The martial artists who returned to the Starry Crescent land had cultivated in the Dark Star Temple for at least 100 years. Some had even cultivated for hundreds of years. The weakest of them was an emperor, a 9-star great emperor, or even a quasi-god. As soon as they returned to the Starry Crescent land, they would become the pillars of their sections. Of course, the martial artists of the 7 major sects were looking forward to the return of their own martial artists from the Dark Star Temple. Every martial artist who returned would be a powerful force that would greatly improve the strength of their sections. As soon as Zhonglitao finished speaking, 4 martial artists walked out of the cabin. The 4 of them exuded a faint fluctuation of astral energy. They did not hide their cultivation level. One of them was a second Nirvana quasi-god, 2 were first Nirvana quasi-gods, and 1 was a 9-star king. When the martial artists of the 7 major sects saw this, they all had different expressions. The martial artists of the Dark Moon Palace, the Golden Lion sect, and the Great Spirit sect were obviously disappointed. None of the 4 martial artists were from these 3 sections. As for the other 4 sects, the martial artists of the Celestial Elephant Palace were the most surprised. The second Nirvana quasi-god with the highest cultivation level was Star Silver Death, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 200 years ago. Star Silver Death was a one-star blue fate. He was the most talented genius of the Celestial Elephant Palace in the past 1,000 years. Unexpectedly, after 200 years, he was already a second Nirvana quasi-god. His cultivation level was one level higher than his heaven's fate. Clearly, he had encountered a great opportunity in the Dark Star Temple. The martial artists of the Demon Ceiling Valley were also surprised. Beside Star Silver Death stood a sexy and enchanting beauty. She was also a quasi-god, a one Nirvana quasi-god. She was Feng Nongying, who had entered the Dark Star Temple 100 years ago. The Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley's strength were already at the top of the Starry Crescent land. They each had two quasi-gods. Now that they had another quasi-god, how could they not be surprised? This was especially true for the Celestial Elephant Palace. The return of a second Nirvana quasi-god was something that had never happened in the Starry Crescent land in the past 10,000 years. A second Nirvana quasi-god was enough to break the balance of power in the Starry Crescent land. As for the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect, they were both surprised and worried. The other quasi-god was Feng Junhua, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Dark Star Temple 300 years ago. His fate was a 9-star blue fate. To be able to become a quasi-god, he must have encountered a great opportunity. Feng Hanqiu was already old. The Big Dipper Sword sect finally had a successor. This was something to be happy about. Moreover, in the next few hundred years, the Big Dipper Sword sect would have at least two quasi-gods. This would greatly increase their strength. This was something to be happy about. However, the martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were not happy. The Big Dipper Sword sect was strong, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley were even stronger. The balance of power in the Starry Crescent land had been broken. In the next 100 years, the Starry Crescent land was destined to be turbulent. The ones who stood at the top of the Starry Crescent land would not be the Big Dipper Sword sect, but the Celestial Elephant Palace and the Demon Ceiling Valley. If these two sects joined forces, they would have the strength to destroy the other strongest forces. It's already the 5th update. It's almost midnight. By the time I finish writing the 6th update, it should be 1 in the morning. But I said I'll do it no matter how late I work. Brothers, I'm begging for another monthly vote. Thank you. Chapter 745. The aura of a second Nirvana quasi-god burst out. Other than the star Nirvana quasi-gods, everyone felt a terrifying pressure. It was very uncomfortable. Junior Brother Silver Death. Just then, a voice sounded in the sky. Wherever the sound wave passed, Star Silver Death's aura disappeared without a trace. Zhong Litao stood at the tip of the black spaceship and looked down. Today is the recruitment day of the Dark Star Temple. Junior Brother Xing, please don't cause trouble. Although his words were polite, his meaning was obvious. Star Silver Death didn't have the final say here. Star Silver Death's face froze. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, he was a famous figure among the disciples of the Dark Star Temple. His status was similar to Zhong Litao's. If he wanted to kill a 9th star supremacy, wouldn't it be as easy as killing an ant? However, things were different now. Now that Star Silver Death had returned to the Starry Crescent land, his status in the Dark Star Temple was very different. He couldn't kill a disciple of the Dark Star Temple in front of Zhong Litao. Star Silver Death retracted his aura and said, Senior Brother Zhong, Yixing has a huge grudge against the Celestial Elephant Palace. Senior Brother Zhong, please give me face and let me deal with him. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death was very confident. Although he lowered his status in front of Zhong Litao, he didn't lose out. Zhong Litao said indifferently, let him participate in the competition first. If he's ordinary and can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, you can deal with him however you want. However, if he becomes a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, I'll have to take him there. Star Silver Death's face darkened. If Yi Xing couldn't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. What Star Silver Death meant was that if Yi Xing could become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple, he could deal with him however he wanted. This meant that Zhong Litao didn't give him any face at all. Star Silver Death glanced at Flowing Star, who was among the disciples of the Celestial Elephant Palace, and gave him a murderous look. Then he smiled faintly. He won't become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. He'll be a dead man. Zhong Litao said, as long as Astral Elephant Palace follows the rules, you can play however you like. But you can't break the rules. Alright, that's all I have to say. Hand over the slots and the competition will begin immediately. The 7 quasi-gods, Feng Hanxiu, Lu Zhenghong, Jin Hongqing, Zhou Minjun, Feng Xiaoyuan, Xing Chengji and Xian Yuan, flew onto the black spaceship and handed the 10 quotas of their respective sects to Fan Wengang and Situ Hai. After the quasi-gods of the 7 major sects handed over their quotas, they disembarked from the black spaceship and went back to their respective places. Every time, there would be a quota of 70 people. However, only 10 people would be able to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. There was already a set of rules for the competition. The first 3 rounds would be an elimination system. In the first round, 35 out of 70 people would be selected. In the second round, 18 out of 35 people would be selected. In the third round, 9 out of 18 people would be selected. After the 3 rounds, the top 9 would be divided into 3 groups. The 3 who won would be the top 3, and then the 3 would face off against each other to determine the final winner. In addition, the strongest person among the martial artists who were eliminated in the first 3 rounds would be selected to join the top 9 in the group to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. The rules were fixed, but the order of appearance of each quota was arranged by the 3 divine messengers. In order to prevent the strongest from meeting each other at the beginning and being eliminated, each major sect would mark the strongest person among the 10 quotas. When the divine messengers made the arrangements, they would first separate the strongest person among the 10 quotas. Fan Wengang held the Big Dipper Sword sect's name list in his hand. He smiled and handed it to Zhong Litao. Senior brother Zhong, take a look. Zhong Litao took a look at the list and smiled. He saw that the most powerful person on the list was Yi Xing Zhao Yanling and Feng Xiaoxiao had also been marked as powerful. Interesting. Zhong Litao smiled when he saw the cultivation bases of Yi Xing and Feng Xiaoxiao. One was a 9th star supremacy, while the other was an 8th star supremacy. After a while, the 3 divine messengers decided on the first round's battle list. Zhong Litao said, the competition will now begin. The first round, the first match, Yi Zian vs Yang Wenxuan. In the middle of the arena, there was an independent space. The 2 names that Zhong Litao called would enter this space to fight. No matter what method was used, as long as one could defeat the other, they would win. The battles continued one after another. Although it was not a matter of life and death, most of the battles were peaceful and no lives were lost. Until the 11th battle, when Flowing Star Sword of Celestial Elephant Palace fought against Feng Wanyun of the Big Dipper Sword sect. Feng Wanyun was directly split into 2 halves. Only then did the battle become bloody and cruel. Feng Wanyun was a 9th star supremacy. His strength was worlds apart from Flowing Star Swords. When the battle began, he did not even have time to admit defeat before he was killed by Flowing Star Sword. This undoubtedly provoked the hatred between Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword sect were all furious. Even Yi Xing, an outsider, was furious when he saw this. He wanted to kill Flowing Star Sword. On the black flying ship, the 3 divine messengers saw this and immediately changed the battle list. They separated the disciples of Celestial Elephant Palace and the Big Dipper Sword sect to prevent them from fighting each other. Yixing fought in the 27th battle. His opponent was an 8th star supremacy of the Moon-Severing sect. Naturally, he was easily defeated. The number of battles in the first round was the most. It lasted for nearly 2 hours. 35 people were eliminated. The remaining 35 people continued to fight in the second round. 35 people would fight in pairs. One person would get a bye. This bye naturally fell on the 2-star king Feng Cangtian, who had the highest cultivation base. Yixing's opponent in the second round was a 9th star supremacy of the Golden Lion sect. He also won easily. An hour later, the second round ended. In these 2 rounds, no 9th star supremacy with extremely strong battle strength was eliminated. The 10 people who were accepted as disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace were among the remaining 18 people. Of the remaining 18 people, 7 were kings, 10 were 9th star supremacy, and 1 was an 8th star supremacy. To be able to win 2 rounds in a row, the weakest of them was a peak half-step king. The third round was the most anticipated battle. The winner would definitely be accepted as a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. According to past practice, the 3 divine envoys would continue to avoid the strongest cultivators from the 7 sects and arrange them to fight in different stages of the competition. However, this time was an exception. Zhong Litao placed Yixing, who was the strongest of the Big Dipper Sword sect, and Jin Guangsheng, who was the strongest of the Golden Lion sect. Senior brother Zhong. Fan Wengang was surprised when he saw this. Zhong Litao raised his hand and stopped Fan Wengang. He said, "This is me giving face to Star Silver Death. Yixing lost, so he can deal with it. If Yixing's battle strength is really strong and can defeat kings, this god will naturally not let Star Silver Death touch him." Catch up on yesterday's first update. Something delayed me yesterday. Sorry. Chapter 746. First match of the third round, Jin Guangsheng vs Yixing. Zhong Litao's voice soon came from the black flying ship. Feng Hanqiu, Vast Sky Emperor, and the rest of the Big Dipper Sword sect's upper echelons were surprised. They had clearly marked Yixing as the strongest on the list. According to convention, he shouldn't meet a King Realm expert in this round. This was because every sect could only send 1 King Realm disciple. As a 1-star king, Jin Guangsheng was also the strongest on the Golden Lion sect's list. Feng Hanqiu glanced at the 3 divine envoys on the black flying ship and immediately understood that the divine envoys had given Star Silver Death, a second Nirvana quasi-god, face. In Xingxiang Palace, Xingyin Death smiled when he heard this. If he had a choice, killing Yixing in the competition was definitely not the best result. As a second Nirvana quasi-god, Star Silver Death had many ways to deal with Yixing. He was very sure that Yixing would regret being born in this world if he fell into his hands. Xing Chengji, Wanxiang Emperor, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Star Elephant Palace were all smiling. They were in a good mood. Even though Yixing had killed the 1-star king, Yixing didn't think that he would be a match for Jin Guangsheng. Jin Guangsheng was at the late stage of the first level of the Astral Sea Realm, while the Star King was an ordinary 1-star king. The two weren't even on the same level. Although the Big Dipper Sword sect's martial artists were surprised, they weren't worried. Yixing was confident in getting first place, so he was at least a 2-star king. Jin Guangsheng wouldn't be able to stop him. Yixing walked out from the Big Dipper Sword sect's team and arrived at the independent space in the center of the stage. A tall man with a head full of golden hair quickly appeared in front of Yixing. It was the King Realm disciple of the Golden Lion sect, Jin Guangsheng. The news that the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Ceiling Valley wanted Yixing was heard by the other strongest forces in the Starry Crescent land. However, only a few people knew that Yixing had killed the Star King. The Star-plucking king was only an ordinary 1-star king. His death was a big deal in the Yuezhou, but compared to the entire starry crescent land, it was not that big of a deal. Besides the Star Elephant Palace, the Dark Een Palace, and the Demon Sealing Valley, even the Big Dipper sword sect did not know that Yixing had killed the star-plucking king. Jin Guangsheng obviously didn't know. Jin Guangsheng looked arrogant as he looked down at Yixing and said, "Yixing, I've heard of your name. You're wanted by the Star Elephant Palace, Dark Moon Palace, and Demon Sealing Valley. If you can't become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace, your fate will be miserable. However, this doesn't mean that I will go easy on you. I also want to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Therefore, you will be eliminated in this battle." Yixing looked at Jin Guangsheng indifferently and said, "I don't need you to go easy on me." Jin Guangsheng didn't understand the meaning behind Yixing's words. He nodded and said, "You have a backbone. It seems like you won't admit defeat directly. Very well. I'll beat you until you admit defeat." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Guangsheng's golden hair fluttered and a terrifying aura burst out. He looked like a ferocious lion going berserk. "You'll be defeated." Jin Guangsheng shouted and punched at Yixing. Behind Jin Guangsheng, a gigantic golden lion appeared. As the fist blasted out, the image of the golden lion instantly condensed into the fist aura. Bang! The golden fist was like an enraged lion, rushing towards Yixing. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and waves of energy rolled out. Facing Jin Guangsheng's terrifying attack, Yixing's expression remained unchanged as he took out the profound crow bow. Darkness energy gushed out from the profound crow bow, forming a huge black vortex in the air. As soon as the black vortex appeared, it swallowed the golden lion fist aura. The golden lion fist aura was like a clay ox entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Yixing's unity of man and bow had reached the 3rd level. His strength was much stronger than when he killed the star-plucking king. The power of the profound crow bow in his hand had multiplied. The spectating cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect Yixing to have such strength using a bow as a weapon. It was clear that his unity of man and weapon had reached a very high level. Moreover, the surging darkness energy proved that Yixing's comprehension of the darkness force was extremely high. Low-level kings could still see that the man-weapon unification was at the 3rd level. However, only emperors and above could sense the darkness aura's realm. Yixing was only a 9th star venerable lord, but his darkness force was only a step away from perfection. This shocked many emperors. Bang 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 bang, Jin Guangsheng punched out again and again, each punch faster than the last, each punch stronger than the last. However, Yixing held the profound crow bow and didn't move half a step. With a light stroke, all of Jin Guangsheng's golden lion fists were dissolved by the black vortex. How was this possible? Jin Guangsheng was shocked. He couldn't believe that a 9th star venerable lord wielding a mid-grade profound bow could have such strength. In the blink of an eye, Jin Guangsheng punched a dozen times. After being dissolved by Yixing, he decisively used his astrology. Wuxia ray of starlight soared into the sky, turning into a golden star. It was an extreme metal element astrology. Golden starlight fell, causing Jin Guangsheng's strength to soar. His entire body was blooming with golden light, revealing a terrifying aura. Whoosh! Yixing also used his astrology. A fiery star floated in the sky. It was also an extreme astrology, but its power was even greater than Jin Guangsheng's metal element astrology. Golden lion possession, fist shaking the 9 heavens. Jin Guangsheng roared. The clothes on his upper body were torn to pieces, revealing his powerful body. He formed a hand seal and golden lion phantoms appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, these golden lion phantoms shrunk and imprinted themselves on Jin Guangsheng's body. The small golden lion imprints were vivid and lifelike, containing a terrifying power. Lose for me. Jin Guangsheng strode forward. Like a flash of golden light, he appeared in front of Yixing in an instant. His fist was blooming with golden light as it smashed towards Yixing. Wherever the fist passed, the void collapsed. Although there was no astral energy, the fist force was restrained. Once it landed on the target, it would explode with even more terrifying power. Yixing held the black crow bow in his hand. The darkness element energy had already dispersed, and in its place was surging fire element energy. The grand perfection of fire element energy circulated. Combined with the extreme fire star, the fire element energy was like a sea of fire, containing an earth-shattering power. Facing Jin Guangsheng's fist, Yixing swung the black crow bow horizontally. The fire star energy exploded like a long whip. Boom! The fist collided with the fire star energy, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A terrifying aura rushed out in all directions in an instant. Yixing did not even take half a step back, but Jin Guangsheng's body shook violently, and he was forced to retreat again and again. Yixing took a step forward, and the black crow bow once again exploded with a terrifying fire aura, smashing towards Jin Guangsheng. Boom boom boom! In the blink of an eye, Yixing attacked several times in succession. Jin Guangsheng vomited blood and was sent flying. Make up for yesterday's second update. Continue to ask for votes. Chapter 747. Hiss. Some of the younger martial artists couldn't help but gasp. Jin Guangsheng was tall and strong, and his aura was overwhelming. As a king, he was actually sent flying by a 9-star venerable lord. This scene was hard to believe. The formidable martial artists above the king-ranked martial artists were shocked as well. Yixing's powers were beyond their expectations. The elders of the Big Dipper sword sect also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had guessed from Yixing's words that Yixing was a 2-star king, seeing was believing. Now that they had seen it with their own eyes, they felt more at ease. On the black spaceship, Zhonglitao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai looked at Yixing and nodded. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Yixing's strength. In the Astral Elephant Palace team, Starsilver Death's face was gloomy and unhappy. His plan to slowly torture Yixing had failed. Unless Starstream Sword killed Yixing in the competition, he wouldn't be able to stop Yixing from going to the Dark Star Divine Palace. Starsilver Death looked at Starstream Sword again, and the meaning in his eyes was self-evident. In the middle of the arena, in the independent space, Jin Guangsheng flew a few miles before falling to the ground. Yixing didn't chase after him. If Jin Guangsheng was smart enough, he would admit defeat. I admit defeat. Jin Guangsheng stood up and immediately admitted defeat. Thank you for letting me win, Yixing said as he returned to the Big Dipper sword sect team. After winning this battle, at least he was confirmed to be a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. In a high-class continent, in a 5-star sect, Yixing was looking forward to the rest of his journey. What he was looking forward to even more was the hope of returning to the Star Continent when he reached the Dark Star Divine Palace. Meng Tai, you probably didn't expect that I would return one day. When I return to the Star Continent, the Great Yuan dynasty will be turned upside down. Yixing thought to himself. In the third round of battles, Jin Guangsheng was the only king who was defeated. The other 6 kings' opponents were all 9-star venerable lords, and they all won, becoming one of the top 9. As for the other 2 in the top 9, one was Feng Xiaoxiao, who had defeated a 9-star Paragon Lord opponent. The other was Xing Liui, a disciple of Celestial Elephant Palace. Although he was a 9-star Paragon Lord, he had the strength to contend against a king. The Big Dipper sword sect's disciples' recruitment was the top 9 Golden Lions. Of course, the worst was the Golden Lion sect. None of the top 9 disciples were from the Golden Lion sect. However, among the eliminated cultivators, only Jin Guangsheng was a King Realm cultivator. The last place in the top 10 was Jin Guangsheng. On the black spaceship, Zhonglitao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai quickly confirmed the list of participants. Zhonglitao said, the top 9 have been decided. The next battles will be divided into 3 groups. The first in each group will fight for the top 3. Group 1, Feng Cangtian, Zhao Yanling, Xing Liuyi. Group 2, Flowing Star Sword, Qiu Yan, Feng Xiaoxiao. Group 3, Peng Zhu, Xian Qiuyue, Yixing, Zhong Litao. First went through the names of the 3 groups of the top 9. This arrangement made Star Silver Death and the other experts of Celestial Elephant Palace unhappy. This was because Yixing, Flowing Star Sword, and Feng Cangtian were not in the same group. Yixing was in the same group as Xian Qiuyue, a disciple of the Dark Moon Palace. However, Yixing had defeated Jin Guangsheng. Xian Qiuyue was only a mid-stage first-level Astral Sea Realm martial artist. She couldn't fight above her level, so she wasn't a match for Yixing. However, Zhong Litao and the other 2 naturally had their reasons for making such arrangements. They were divided into 3 groups. The winners would be in the top 3. Of course, the strongest 3 would be divided into 3 different groups. Feng Cangtian was a 2-star king and was undoubtedly one of the strongest 3. Flowing Star Sword had the ability to fight above his level, so he was also one of the strongest 3. The remaining top 3 would be between Yixing and Peng Zhu. Zhong Litao and the other 2 were quasi-gods. How could they not see that Peng Zhu's cultivation had reached the limit of the first-level Astral Sea Realm? He was only 1 step away from becoming a 2-star king. His strength was definitely at the top of the 1-star kings. Yixing's performance in defeating Jin Guangsheng was enough to compete with Peng Zhu. Therefore, Yixing and Peng Zhu were in the same group. Whoever won would be in the top 3. After Zhong Litao arranged the groups, he continued, Group 1, Feng Cangtian vs Zhao Yanling. Little Tsang, kill her if you have the chance. Quasi-god Feng Xiaoyuan transmitted a message to Feng Cangtian. Originally, the relationship between Demon Sealing Valley and Big Dipper Sword Sect was already bad enough because of what happened in the extraterritorial Star Continent. Now, because of Yixing, the 2 sects were even more hostile. Now that Demon Sealing Valley's strength had increased greatly and Star Elephant Palace had a Tunirvana quasi-god, the 2 sects even had thoughts of annihilating Big Dipper Sword Sect. As for the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples, they would naturally kill them if they had the chance. They did not care about Big Dipper Sword Sect's opinion at all. Yanling, admit defeat early. Don't force yourself. Emperor Vast Sky also transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling in the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group. This battle naturally ended with Zhao Yanling admitting defeat. Zhao Yanling's cultivation was 1 level lower than Feng Cangtian's. Moreover, she was a woman. There was nothing embarrassing about admitting defeat. Since she had admitted defeat the moment she entered the arena, Feng Cangtian had no chance to kill her. After the battle ended, Zhong Litao quickly announced the second battle, Group 1, Zhao Yanling vs Xing Liuyi. Yanling, kill him if you have the chance. Almost all of the Big Dipper Sword Sect's elders transmitted a message to Zhao Yanling. Star Elephant Palace's Flowing Star Sword had killed Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciple, Feng Wanyun. In the subsequent battles, the 3 divine envoys had deliberately avoided the battles between Star Elephant Palace and Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples. It was only now that they had the chance to take revenge. Unfortunately, Xing Liuyi was very slippery. He had also admitted defeat the moment he entered the arena, giving Zhao Yanling no chance to kill him. The third battle of the first group was naturally between Feng Cangtian and Xing Liuyi. A 2-star king versus a 9-star reverend. There was no suspense in this battle. Soon, the first candidate of the first group was determined. Feng Cangtian was the first to enter the top 3. Group 2, Star Elephant Sword vs Qiu Yan. Zhong Litao's voice rang out. The second battle of the second group immediately began. Both of them were 1-star kings. After entering the arena, neither of them admitted defeat immediately. Qiu Yan was a disciple of the Moon-Severing Sect. She looked at Star Elephant Sword and said, "Star Elephant Sword, I heard that you can fight beyond your level. It is hard to find a match among the two-star kings. However, seeing is believing. I will not admit defeat directly." As she spoke, Qiu Yen took out a long whip. Whoosh, her astrology was activated. It was the extreme water astrology. Star Elephant Sword's face was arrogant. He said indifferently, "If you don't admit defeat, I will defeat you with one strike." As soon as he finished speaking, Star Elephant Sword raised his hand. The sword on his back was instantly unsheathed and appeared in his hand. Meteor flash. Star Elephant Sword shouted coldly. In an instant, he became one with his sword and stabbed towards Qiu Yen. Like a meteor flashing across the sky, he stabbed towards Qiu Yen in an instant. Chapter 748. It was so fast. Qiu Yan's pupils constricted and her heart skipped a beat. The sword was so fast that it almost exceeded her reaction time. She wanted to dodge and block it, but it was too late. The great danger caused Qiu Yen to circulate her astral energy to the limit. She waved her hand and a ring on her wrist flew out and attacked the sword energy. At the same time, Qiu Yen retreated quickly and dodged to the side. Not only was Flowing Star Sword fast, but it was also very agile. When the ring was thrown out, the sword energy shook and went around the ring in an instant. Puff! Qiu Yan's retreating body was unable to dodge the sword. Her outer clothes were torn and she was sent flying. She spat out a mouthful of blood. "I admit defeat." While Qiu Yen was flying backward, she saw another sword light coming at her from the front. She quickly shouted. Whoosh, the sword light disappeared instantly. Flowing Star Sword stopped and stood in the void. The pride on his face was obvious. He indeed had the right to be proud. That sword made the hearts of most of the younger martial artists tremble. So powerful. Flowing Star Sword had defeated Qiu Yen without using his astrology. If he had used his astrology, his strength would have been even more terrifying. Among the younger martial artists, even Feng Zhangtian, who was a two-star king, was very wary of Flowing Star Sword. The second group, Flowing Star Sword vs. Feng Xiaoxiao. Zhong Litao quickly announced the next battle. Qiu Yen left the independent space in the center of the arena. Flowing Star Sword did not move. He looked at the Big Dipper sword sect and licked his lips. His eyes were bloodthirsty. The elders of the Big Dipper sword sect naturally told Feng Xiaoxiao to prioritize her safety. Feng Xiaoxiao entered the arena. Flowing Star Sword was not in a hurry to attack. He said, "Feng Xiaoxiao, everyone says that you are the most monstrous genius in the Star Moon continent in the past 10,000 years. I don't believe that. Do you have the guts to fight me to the death?" Feng Xiaoxiao laughed and said, "Flowing Star Sword, is there something wrong with your head? I am only an 8-star Reverend Lord, but you are already a Star Sea Realm King. You have the nerve to say that you want to fight me to the death?" Flowing Star Sword sneered and said, "Aren't you the number one genius who can easily fight those who are a few levels higher? What are you afraid of now? I'm only going to ask you one question, do you dare or not?" Feng Xiaoxiao was not stupid enough to be provoked by the Flowing Star Sword. He replied bluntly, "I wouldn't dare. I'll admit defeat right now." Stellar Sword snorted coldly. He had wanted to trick Feng Xiaoxiao into fighting him to the death so that he could take the opportunity to kill Feng Xiaoxiao and eliminate a future threat. He never expected that Feng Xiaoxiao would not give him the chance to do so. In the second group, Qiu Yen and Feng Xiaoxiao had both lost to Flowing Star Sword. Naturally, the first place in the group was confirmed. Flowing Star Sword had entered the top 3. However, the battle between Qiu Yen and Feng Xiaoxiao still had to go on. Different rankings would give different rewards. 4th, 5th, and 6th place would receive different rewards from 7th to 10th place. The second place in the group would go to 4th, 5th, and 6th place. The third place in the group would go to 7th to 9th place. The specific rankings after the top 3 would not be decided through the competition, but the rankings of the different rewards would still be determined. Very soon, the third battle of the second group began. Feng Xiaoxiao fought against a 1-star king, Qiu Yan. Qiu Yan had only suffered some light injuries. She had already recovered after using a healing mystic pill. Her battle strength was not affected at all. However, even though Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8-star supremacy, he was still very powerful. His sword techniques were not as fast as flowing star swords, but they had the advantage of being ever-changing. In less than 20 moves, Qiu Yan was defeated by Feng Xiaoxiao's sword. On the black flying ship, the eyes of Zhong Litao and the other 2 lit up. Feng Xiaoxiao was already so powerful when he was only an 8-star supremacy. This kind of battle strength was rare even among the genius disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Moreover, Feng Xiaoxiao's destiny was a 2-star blue destiny. He would definitely become someone great in the future. It was very difficult for a 9-star blue destiny to undergo the nirvana tribulation to become a quasi-god. It required a lot of luck. On the other hand, it was much easier for a blue-star blue destiny to undergo the nirvana tribulation. Therefore, it was rare for a 9-star blue destiny to become a quasi-god. However, it was more common for a blue-star blue destiny to be 1 level higher than the blue destiny. For example, there were many 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods, and many 3-star blue destiny quasi-gods were 2-star blue destiny quasi-gods. This meant that after 1 or 200 years, Feng Xiaoxiao would at least be able to grow to the same level as Zhong Litao. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 3rd nirvana quasi-god. If she was lucky enough, she might even become a 4th nirvana quasi-god. Zhong Litao and the other 2 naturally had a whole new level of respect for Feng Xiaoxiao. As for Yi Xing, he was a 9-star blue destiny quasi-lord. It was not bad for a 9-star supremacy to defeat a 1-star king. However, Zhong Litao and the other 2 only paid a little attention to him. After the first and second group's battles were over, only the third group was left. The third group, Yi Xing vs Xian Qiuyue, Zhong Litao quickly ordered. This was a battle without any suspense. Xian Qiuyue's strength was inferior to Jin Guangsheng's. Yi Xing defeated her without using his astrology. The third group, Yi Xing vs Peng Zhu. In the Big Dipper sword sect, Feng Hanqiu looked at the quasi-god of the giant spirit sect, Lu Zhenghong, and said proudly, "Big Baldy, you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first and prepare early." Huh. Lu Zhenghong's face was a little unhappy. He had calculated that none of the younger disciples in the Big Dipper sword sect could compare to Peng Zhu. Who would have thought that Yi Xing would be so strong? Jin Guangsheng's strength was one of the strongest among 1-star kings. For Yi Xing to be able to defeat Jin Guangsheng, his strength was at least at the peak of 1-star kings. He wasn't any weaker than Peng Zhu. In this way, the situation became uncertain. Of course, Lu Zhenghong wasn't happy. However, Lu Zhenghong didn't agree with Feng Hanqiu's claim that Yi Xing would win. Although he felt that the situation had been broken, Peng Zhu wasn't bound to lose. In his opinion, Peng Zhu still had a 50% chance of winning. At this moment, Feng Hanqiu was feeling proud. Lu Zhenghong naturally wouldn't let him down. He said, "Old ghost, I think you should take out your supreme-grade mystic weapon first. After all, Yi Xing is only a 9th-star venerable lord. Even if he can contend against Peng Zhu, he won't be able to last long. Therefore, you will lose." Feng Hanqiu was full of confidence. Just wait and see. While the 2 quasi-gods were talking, Yi Xing and Peng Zhu arrived at the center of the arena. Peng Zhu was 2 meters tall with inch-long hair. He was wearing a tight chainmail. His arms were bare, and his explosive muscles were fully displayed. The giant spirit sect was a sect that focused on cultivating the physical body. Peng Zhu clearly had a very high physique and talent, which was why he could stand out among the disciples of the giant spirit sect. Monthly votes, any more? Chapter 749. Peng Ju stood there like an iron tower. His aura was vigorous, but there was a heavy feeling. It was as if there was an invisible pressure falling from the sky, making people feel depressed. Compared to Peng Ju's figure, Yixing was much slimmer, but his aura was not inferior. His figure was like a sharp sword, revealing a terrifying sharpness and penetrating aura. Peng Ju's thick and heavy invisible aura was not affected in the slightest in front of Yixing's sharp aura. That invisible pressure, as long as it was within 100 feet of Yixing, was shattered by the sharp aura without a trace. You are indeed strong. Peng Ju carefully looked at Yixing for a while, and slowly said, but I'm not weak either. In this battle, I must defeat you and get into the top 3. Peng Ju's tone changed, revealing confidence and determination. Yixing only smiled faintly. The dark crow bow appeared in his hand, and he said, "Make your move." Swoosh! As his voice fell, a starlight rushed out from between Yixing's eyebrows. Yixing used the fire star aspect. Although Peng Ju was confident, he did not dare to underestimate Yixing. He also immediately used his earth star aspect. Yellow star power fell, covering Peng Ju with a layer of light. His aura also rose, and his strength multiplied. Peng Ju clenched his fists, the muscles on his arms bulging like dragons, full of explosive power. Multiple mountain god fist. Peng Ju shouted, and with a step, the earth shook. Peng Ju's body rushed forward like a cannonball, and his fist blasted towards Yixing. Layers of air waves broke apart, and a huge fist, from several miles away, instantly arrived in front of Yixing. Before the fist arrived, the wind was already blowing. Just the strength of the fist made Yixing feel like a mountain was crashing towards him. 9 Heavens Astral Wander Technique. Yixing used the grand momentum of wind, and his body seemed to be roaming the 9 heavens. His speed was like light and shadow, and he disappeared without a trace in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion, the earth shook. Peng Ju's fist missed, hitting empty air. Bang! Peng Ju stomped his feet on the ground, and a shockwave spread out from under his feet. His figure leaped up 10 miles, and immediately caught up with Yixing's figure. Then, he threw out another powerful punch. While Yixing was dodging, he had already pulled open the black profound bow. Suddenly, the bowstring shot out. Whoosh! A ripple of starlight burst out and spread forward in a fan shape. There was a faint layer of flame on the starlight ripple. Not only was it incomparably sharp, its power was also very terrifying. In less than half a blink of an eye, the starlight ripple and Peng Ju's fist fiercely collided. Peng Ju's body was protected by the earth star power. His fist was not only powerful in attack, but also in defense. He didn't pay much attention to the starlight ripples that Yixing suddenly shot out. He thought that his powerful fist was enough to shatter it. However, when the starlight ripples collided with the fist force, Peng Jusai was shocked. He saw that the fist force that was like a collapsing mountain was actually cut open by the starlight ripples. It was as if a divine weapon had cut open steel, and it made a sharp sound. The starlight ripples broke through the fist force and rushed to the front of Peng Ju. It directly collided with Peng Ju's fist before it was blocked by Peng Ju. Peng Ju was wearing a black level upper grade glove. Although the starlight ripples were sharp, they couldn't cut open a black level upper grade weapon. However, while a black level upper grade weapon could block the sharpness of the starlight ripples, it couldn't be dissolved by the terrifying power. It could only rely on one's own strength to withstand it. The power contained in the starlight ripples rushed up one after another. Peng Ju's fist broke through more than 10 layers of power. Then, the momentum stopped. The power of the starlight ripples lasted for a long time. The terrifying power continued to rush forward, and Peng Ju's body was pushed back instead of moving forward. When the power of the starlight ripples was exhausted, Peng Ju's body was pushed back by more than 1,000 meters. Although he wasn't injured, Peng Ju was shocked. The power of Yi Xing's archery was far beyond his expectations. Just a starlight ripple that was shot out in a hurry was already so powerful. If a complete arrow was shot out, how powerful would it be? Before Peng Ju could figure it out, he immediately faced Yi Xing's complete arrow attack. When Peng Ju was pushed back by the starlight ripples, Yi Xing drew his bow again. At the same time, his body flashed to the back. In the blink of an eye, he appeared more than 10 miles away. When Peng Ju completely blocked the starlight ripples, in the distance, Yi Xing had already drawn the black profound bow into a full moon. A burning starlight arrow was condensed and formed. Peng Ju could feel the terrifying power in the starlight arrow. He knew that if he waited for the arrow to be shot over, he wouldn't be able to block it and would lose this battle. I can't let him shoot this arrow. Peng Ju shouted in his heart. The astral energy in his body was circulated to the limit, and his aura surged. Whoosh! Peng Ju's feet touched the ground. His body was like an arrow that left the bow, rushing towards Yi Xing. He wanted to shatter this arrow in Yi Xing's hands. His figure moved and his fist punched out. The terrifying fist force caused the void in front of him to cave in, forming a fist shadow that was visible to the naked eye. It was like a small mountain that instantly arrived in front of Yi Xing. Facing this terrifying fist, Yi Xing's lips curled up. The starlight arrow on the black profound bow had already left the bowstring. The arrow carried with it a terrifying flame and revealed an extremely hot aura. Because of the heat, even the air was exploding. Compared to the starlight ripples, the power of this arrow was more than 10 times greater. As the starlight arrow left the bowstring, it collided with the giant fist shadow formed by the fist force. The fist shadow was like a balloon that was pierced by the starlight arrow and shattered into pieces. The starlight arrow shot forward without slowing down. In less than half a blink of an eye, it collided with Peng Ju's fist. Bang! A blast of air instantly exploded in all directions, making a loud noise that shook the heavens and earth. In the midst of the explosion, Peng Ju's expression instantly turned into horror. He felt the power of the starlight arrow in front of his fist strike like a heavy hammer. In an instant, it had penetrated the black weapon glove. With his inner eye, he could see a layer of fluctuation rushing through Peng Ju's arm. In an instant, the skin and flesh on Peng Ju's arm ruptured and blood flowed out. When the layer of fluctuation rushed to Peng Ju's shoulder, Peng Ju let out a miserable groan. He completely lost his resistance and his body flew backwards like a cannonball. He had already vomited blood in the air. Although the starlight arrow did not penetrate the upper-grade black weapon glove, it hit the glove tightly. Peng Ju's body was pushed back dozens of miles before its power was exhausted and it disappeared. The spectating ancient martial art practitioners looked at Peng Ju's figure that was pushed back. They were all shocked. Some of the younger ancient martial art practitioners were even dumbfounded. The power of Yi Xing's arrow was actually so powerful that it exceeded the expectations of the ancient martial art practitioners. It was unbelievable. I admit defeat. Peng Ju fell to the ground and quickly admitted defeat. He did not dare to receive such an arrow a second time. Chapter 750. The entire arena was silent. Even though the Big Dipper Sword Sect martial artists had expected Yi Xing to win, they didn't think that Yi Xing would win so cleanly. The power of that arrow was too shocking. Even the 3 divine messengers in the black flying ship had changed their opinion of Yi Xing previously. The 3 divine messengers had only paid some attention to Yi Xing. Now, Yi Xing was like Feng Xiaoxiao in their eyes. They had a whole new level of respect for him. From Yi Xing's stunning arrow, they could tell that Yi Xing's strength had far surpassed that of a 1-star king. He had reached the level of a 2-star king. Moreover, even among 2-star kings, Yi Xing's strength was considered high. Peng Ju's strength was already at the peak of a 1-star king's. An ordinary two-star king wouldn't be able to beat Peng Ju to such a sorry state in a head-on battle. Although Yi Xing had impressed the three divine messengers, in terms of importance, he wasn't as important as Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao had defeated a one-star king when she was an 8-star supremacy. Unless Yi Xing could defeat a two-star king, the three divine messengers would think that he was on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. In the third group, Yi Xing won 2 matches in a row. He was first in the group and entered the top 3. At this point, the top 3 had been decided. The first group was Feng Zhangtian, the second group was Flowing Star Sword, and the third group was Yi Xing. The rewards for the top 3 were 1 grade, while the second and third grades were another. Who would take first place would depend on the following matches. However, in the eyes of most martial artists, the first place belonged to Flowing Star Sword. After all, Flowing Star Sword had defeated a 2-star king more than once. His strength was at the peak of the 2-star king level. In the eyes of the martial artists, Yi Xing's strength wasn't low among the 2-star kings. He should be able to compete with Feng Zhangtian, but he was still lacking compared to Flowing Star Sword. Big Baldy, how do you feel now? Hand over the supreme grade mystic weapon, haha. When Yi Xing returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sex group, Feng Hanqiu looked at the Great Spirit Sex Lu Zhenghong and laughed. It was obvious that Feng Hanqiu was very happy. Although Lu Zhenghong was displeased, he wasn't angry. He took out a pair of supreme grade profound weapon gloves and threw them at Feng Hanqiu. Then, Lu Zhenghong glanced at Yi Xing and sighed. Old geezer, your Big Dipper Sword sect is really lucky to have picked up such a treasure. Why doesn't my Great Spirit sect have the same luck? Sigh. God really doesn't have eyes. Feng Hanqiu took the gloves and chuckled at Lu Zhenghong. Then, he threw the gloves to Yi Xing and said, Yi Xing, these gloves are yours. Yi Xing accepted it and said, how can I accept this? Feng Hanqiu waved his hand and said, if you enter the top 3, our sect will get more than 1 supreme grade mystic weapon as a reward. If you can get first place, we will only give you 1 supreme grade mystic weapon. Don't decline. Yi Xing thought about it and agreed. He put away the gloves and nodded at Feng Hanqiu. He was determined to get first place for the Big Dipper Sword sect. At this time, the other quasi-god of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Junue, asked, Yi Xing, I see that you are using a middle-grade mystic weapon. It seems that you don't have a supreme-grade mystic bow. Yi Xing nodded. No. Feng Junue raised his hand and a crimson bow appeared in his hand. He said, this bow is called Crimson Flame. It is a supreme-grade mystic weapon with the fire attribute. It is very compatible with you. If I give it to you, you will be like a tiger that has grown wings. It will increase your chances of getting first place. As he spoke, Feng Junue handed the Crimson Flame bow to Yi Xing. Although the value of the Crimson Flame bow wasn't comparable to the pair of supreme-grade profound gloves, Yi Xing clearly liked the Crimson Flame bow more. A supreme-grade mystic weapon was too high-end for Yi Xing. It used up a lot of astral energy. Moreover, Yi Xing specialized in archery. His main weapon was the bow. Only the bow could increase his strength the most. If the Black Crow bow in his hand was replaced with the Crimson Flame bow, Yi Xing's strength would increase by a small level. It would be more secure for him to get first place. Thank you, senior, for the bow. Yi Xing thanked Feng Junue. As for getting first place, Yi Xing did not say anything. He would let the truth speak for itself later. Feng Junue nodded with anticipation in his eyes. He said, quickly refine it. You will be able to use it in the next battle. Not long after a short treatment, Peng Ju and Xian Chuyue started the third battle of the third group. The result was naturally Peng Ju's victory. He was ranked second, and the sect would be able to get 4th to 6th place rewards. Feng Junue had already erased his spiritual imprint in the Crimson Flame bow, so it was easy for Yi Xing to refine it. When the battle between Peng Ju and Xian Chuyue ended, Yi Xing had already refined the crimson flame bow and made it his personal weapon. Until now, only the first place was left in this competition. Although most of the martial artists thought that Flowing Star Sword would get first place, they were still looking forward to the following battles. Fighting above one's level would always attract the interest of all the martial artists. The harder it was to fight above one's level, the more interested the martial artists would be. Yi Xing was only a 9-star supremacy. In the following battles, he would be fighting against 2 2-star kings. It was rare to see a battle above one's level in the Starry Crescent land in tens of thousands of years. It was a great fortune to be able to witness such a battle. The martial artists were naturally very interested in the battle between Yi Xing, Feng Zhangtian, and Flowing Star Sword. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao had already arranged the order of the top 3. He said, "The next battle will determine the first place. The first battle will be between Feng Zhangtian and Yi Xing." Many of the martial artists were excited. The first battle was between a 9-star supremacy and a 2-star king. Such a battle was very exciting. "Little Tsang, do your best to kill Yi Xing." Feng Xiaoyuan, a quasi-god from Demon Ceiling Valley, sent a voice transmission to Feng Zhangtian and gave the order. In the Big Dipper sword sect, Feng Xiaoxiao was already a big problem. Now, there was another Yi Xing. If both of them were to grow, the Big Dipper sword sect would immediately turn the tables and surpass Demon Ceiling Valley and even Star Elephant Palace. They would become the top force in the Starry Crescent land. Now that Demon Ceiling Valley and the Big Dipper sword sect were enemies, Feng Xiaoyuan naturally did not want the Big Dipper sword sect to turn the tables. Some of the future threats should be eliminated as soon as possible. Yi Xing and Feng Zhangtian entered the independent space in the middle of the arena at the same time. Whoosh! Once Feng Zhangtian entered the arena, he used his astrology. It was an extreme water-type astrology. When the astrology appeared, Feng Zhangtian shouted, "Demon Ceiling Print." Feng Zhangtian's hands changed and he pushed towards Yi Xing. In an instant, a huge word seal appeared and pressed down on Yi Xing, "Explode at 6 tomorrow. There is still one more day to double the monthly votes. Do you have any more monthly votes?" Chapter 751. This word seal was very complicated and it was not written in the current era. It should be an ancient language. In a battle, attacks from weapons such as swords, sabers, fists and arrows were more common. It was rare to see someone using a word seal to attack. However, Yi Xing had seen the skills of the Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples in the extraterritorial Star Land. He had also fought with the Demon Ceiling Valley's disciples. Hence, he was familiar with the word seal. Yi Xing could feel the terrifying power contained in the word seal. This power was not sharp and did not have a strong attacking power. However, it had a strong restraining power. Once it landed on the body, it would be like an invisible shackle that would bind the person and greatly weaken the target's power. The high-grade dark bow, red flame bow, instantly appeared in his hands. Swoosh! Starlight shot up to the sky and Yi Xing immediately used the flame astral form. He pulled the bowstring and there was a loud sound. A red starlight ripple shot out and before the huge word seal could land, it was cut in half by the starlight ripple. It lost all its power and disappeared without a trace. What a strong power! A high-grade dark bow is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xing was overjoyed. Yi Xing's senses were very sensitive and he knew that the word seal was powerful. If he had used the dark bow, he might not have been able to break the word seal easily with just the starlight ripple. However, when he used the red flame bow, the starlight ripple easily cut the word seal into half. The red flame bow was made from fire-based materials and it was very compatible with Yi Xing's flame astral form and fire force. When he used it, it was naturally powerful. Shock filled Feng Zhangtian's face. Evidently, he had not expected his demon seal to be broken so easily. He had attacked as soon as he entered the arena. His goal was to attack quickly and not let Yixing have a chance to shoot. He wanted to kill Yixing quickly. With the speed of the word seal, Yixing did not have time to shoot an arrow. However, when he pulled the bowstring and shot out a starlight ripple, it was extremely fast. In Feng Cangtian's estimation, Yixing's starlight ripples wouldn't be able to break through his demon sealing rune. Now that he had miscalculated, his quick attack naturally lost its effect. He was very frustrated. "Demon sealing 3 mountain seal!" shouted Feng Cangtian. His hand seals were constantly changing, and in an instant, 3 ancient characters appeared in the air. These 3 ancient character seals were exactly the same. Although Yixing didn't know this ancient character, he could still recognize that these 3 characters were all mountain characters. This was because the characters were like mountains. Moreover, each character seal had an illusory image of a mountain peak, which matched perfectly with the character seals. The 3 mountain characters were like 3 huge mountains falling down, forming a character that pressed down on Yixing. Yixing could feel how heavy these 3 mountains were. If he were to be pressed down by them, he would not be able to move for even 1 breath of time. And in a battle between king-level warriors, 1 breath of time was enough to determine the winner, or even life and death. Bang! 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 Yixing exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The crimson flame bow in his hand bloomed with crimson flames. As Yixing's figure moved, he continuously pulled the bowstring. 3 starlight ripples shot out in the blink of an eye. The 3 illusory mountain peaks were all sliced apart, and the 3 mountain characters were also cut in half. Feng Cangtian's demon sealing rune was broken by Yixing once again. With the crimson flame bow in hand, Yixing dealt with Feng Cangtian's attacks with ease. Demon sealing 5 elements seal. The aura within Feng Cangtian's body surged as his hand seals changed, displaying an even more powerful demon sealing rune. The demon sealing 5 elements seal was already an extremely high-level secret technique of the demon sealing rune. It wasn't easy for a low-level king to use it. Feng Cangtian was using it forcefully, determined to seal Yixing. The martial artists of the Demon Sealing Valley didn't have high battle strength, and their martial arts weren't outstanding. Only the Demon Sealing rune was feared. When they fought with their enemies, they would first use the Demon Sealing rune to seal their targets before killing them easily. The martial artists of the Demon Sealing Valley were basically able to seal martial artists of the same strength as them. Therefore, when martial artists of the same strength fought, the Demon Sealing Valley's martial artists would usually win. If they encountered an opponent that the Demon Sealing rune couldn't seal, then it was obvious that the opponent's strength was higher than theirs. Feng Cangtian burned a portion of his astral energy to forcefully display the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal. His eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He didn't believe that Yixing could even break the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal. As long as Yixing was sealed by the Demon Sealing 5 elements seal, he would have enough time to kill Yixing. Facing the attack of the 5 ancient rune seals, Yixing's eyes narrowed. He could feel the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth from the 5 ancient rune seals. The power of the 5 elements combined was shocking. Yixing used the 9 Heavens God's Wander technique and retreated quickly to increase the distance between them and buy time. At the same time, Yixing used the dark force and wind force. The crimson flame bow not only had fire energy gathered, but there was also a large amount of dark energy, causing the flames to turn black. The large amount of wind energy gathered helped the flames grow stronger, causing the black flames on the crimson flame bow to increase in power. Dark Wind Fire Arrow Technique. Yixing used the ultimate archery technique that he comprehended from the Black Tortoise Jade Wall. With the crimson flame bow in his hands, the power of the crimson flame bow multiplied. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Yixing drew the bow 3 times in a row and 3 layers of black flame ripples shot out. The first layer of black flame ripples hit the 5 ancient rune seals, causing the 5 ancient rune seals to tremble and stop their attack. The second layer of black flame ripples continued to rush forward and the 5 ancient rune seals were instantly reduced to ashes. The third layer of black flame ripples rushed forward like a hot knife through butter, attacking Feng Zhangtian. Feng Zhangtian's expression changed and he shouted, "Suppress!" An ancient rune seal appeared and covered Feng Zhangtian's body. The demon sealing seal technique had both offensive and defensive runes. Feng Zhangtian's rune seal's defense was very strong. When the black flame ripples hit it, it only created a small ripple and Feng Zhangtian was unharmed. In the blink of an eye, the black flame ripples had exhausted its power and still could not break Feng Zhangtian's defense. However, Feng Zhangtian's heart suddenly tightened. In the distance, Yixing had already retreated dozens of miles away. He drew the crimson flame bow and condensed a flame arrow. Yixing dispersed the dark wind fire arrow technique and only used the power of the flames to perform this archery technique. Its power was equally shocking. Whoosh! The arrow left the bow instantly and shot out like a flash of light towards Feng Zhangtian's throat. Shield! Feng Zhangtian felt the terrifying power of the arrow and his heart trembled. He formed another seal and performed another defensive rune seal. Boom! The flaming arrow instantly hit the shield seal technique and made an explosive sound. Feng Zhangtian felt a terrifying force rushing towards him and his body retreated a few steps. A large number of cracks appeared on the shield seal outside his body. There were only 4 hours left to double the votes. Today, there must be a 6th watch for you, please double the monthly votes. Chapter 752. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with 3 loud sounds, Yixing formed 3 flaming arrows at the same time and shot them at Feng Zhangtian. The 3 flaming arrows formed a line and shot out dozens of miles in an instant, hitting the shield seal outside Feng Zhangtian's body. The defense formed by the shield seal was instantly shattered. Following that, the defense of the suppress seal also cracked in an instant. Feng Zhangtian felt the 3 forces rushing at him. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward as if he had suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, Yixing had already drawn the crimson flame bow and formed a flaming arrow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and shot toward Feng Zhangtian. This arrow was aimed at Feng Zhangtian's head and wanted to kill him in one shot. The martial artists from Demon Sealing Valley were shocked. The 2 quasi-gods instantly released a terrifying aura and shouted angrily, "How dare you! I admit defeat!" At the same time, Feng Zhangtian also shouted, his voice filled with fear. Yixing did not care about the threat of the quasi-gods from Demon Sealing Valley. However, since Feng Zhangtian had admitted defeat, Yixing could not kill him just like that. With a thought, the flaming arrow that was as fast as lightning suddenly stopped in the void. At this moment, the flaming arrow was less than a meter away from Feng Zhangtian's head. Feng Zhangtian looked at the flaming arrow in front of him and his heart trembled with fear. "I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Feng Zhangtian was afraid that Yixing would control the arrow and continue to shoot at him, so he shouted again. With a thought from Yixing, the flaming arrow instantly dissipated. Feng Zhangtian finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that he was already sweating profusely. On the black spaceship, Zhong Litao and the other 2 divine messengers looked at Yixing with sparkling eyes. Yixing's position in their hearts had risen again. He was now on the same level as Feng Xiaoxiao. Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao had both defeated kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Such combat strength would continue after they became kings. If they could become quasi-gods in the future, they might even be able to fight against kings who were 2 levels higher than them. Their strength would be shocking. At that time, Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao might be even stronger than Zhong Litao and the other 2 divine messengers. Of course, they would view Yi and Feng Xiaoxiao in a new light. Zhong Litao said, "The first battle is won by Yixing." After 15 minutes of rest, he will fight the second battle with flowing star sword. Because the rewards for the second and third places were the same, there was no need to separate them. As long as the first place was determined, the winner of the second battle would be the first. When Yixing returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's group, the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciples were all overjoyed. The Big Dipper Sword Sect's results in the Dark Star Divine Palace's recruitment had been poor for many years. Now that Yixing had defeated a two-star king, Feng Zhangtian, it was clear that he had the strength to compete with Star Sword for first place. The martial artists of the Big Dipper Sword Sect were naturally confident in Yixing. Feng Zhangtian returned to Demon Ceiling Valley's team with his head lowered. He was a two-star king, but he was defeated by a 9-star supremacy in front of everyone. At that moment of life and death, he didn't feel anything when he screamed at Yixing to admit defeat. Now that he had calmed down, he felt that he had lost all face. This little bastard is actually so strong. Demon Ceiling Valley's quasi-god, Feng Xiaoyuan, snorted in his heart. He didn't feel good at all. Feng Xiaoyuan transmitted his voice to Xing Chengji, "Brother Xing, if we don't get rid of this kid, he will be as dangerous as Feng Xiaoxiao. Next, we'll have to rely on the performance of your Celestial Elephant Palace's disciple, Star Sword." Xing Chengji's expression was calm as he said to Feng Xiaoyuan telepathically, "It's not difficult to defeat him with the flowing star sword, but it's not easy to kill him. If this kid is determined to stay alive, he'll have the chance to admit defeat no matter what. As for killing him, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Divine Palace. He's just entered the Dark Star Divine Palace and is only an outer sect disciple. There are still cultivators from our 3 sects left in the Dark Star Divine Palace." Feng Xiaoyuan thought about it and replied, "All right, let's wait until he goes to the Dark Star Temple to kill him." After Xing Chengji finished communicating with Feng Xiaoyuan, he transmitted his voice to Star Sword, "Star Sword, Yixing's forte is archery. If you let him shoot his arrows, it will be difficult for you to defeat him. However, as long as you can prevent him from shooting his arrows, with your strength, it will be more than enough to defeat him. You have to play to your strengths. As long as you are fast enough, he won't have any chance to fight back." 15 minutes passed quickly, and Yixing finished his rest. The last battle of the competition finally began. Yixing and Star Sword both entered the independent space in the center of the arena. All around them, all the martial artists were on high alert. Previously, the majority of martial artists had thought that there was no doubt that the first place belonged to the flowing star sword. However, after Yixing defeated the two-star king, Feng Zhangtian, many martial artists' confidence in the flowing star sword was shaken. Who would be the victor of this battle? Who would be the champion of this competition? Other than a few martial artists who still believed that it would be Star Sword, most of the martial artists were already confused. However, the more they couldn't guess, the more it aroused the martial artists' interest. They all stared at Yixing and Star Sword, afraid that they would miss a moment. After the two entered the arena, Star Sword originally planned to use Feng Zhangtian's method to attack Yixing quickly. However, Yixing raised his hand and stopped Star Sword's action. Yixing said, "Star Sword, do you dare to have a battle of life and death with me?" In the competition, Star Sword had killed the Big Dipper Sword Sect's disciple, Feng Wanyun. At that time, Yixing already had the intention to kill Star Sword. If there was a chance, he would not let it go. However, even Feng Zhangtian had the chance to admit defeat in Yixing's hands. Yixing was very clear that defeating Star Sword might not be a problem, but there was probably no chance of killing him. No matter what, Star Sword would still have the chance to admit defeat. Therefore, Yixing was not in a hurry to fight with Star Sword. Instead, he wanted to make an agreement with Star Sword to have a battle of life and death. As long as Star Sword agreed, even if he admitted defeat, it would be useless. Yixing could still kill him legitimately. Yixing's gaze was sharp as he looked directly at Star Sword. He continued, "There is no victory or defeat in this battle of ours. There is only life and death. Star Sword, do you dare? Yi Xing's words shocked all the martial artists. Clearly, they did not expect that Yi Xing would actually issue a battle of life and death with Star Sword. Even the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace did not expect it. However, after the initial shock, the martial artists of Celestial Elephant Palace revealed excited expressions. Xing Qingji thought to himself, "Boy, you are not taking the path to heaven but barging into hell with no door. You are seeking your own death." Xing Qingji thought that he had seen through Yi Xing's weakness, which was that his speed was not fast enough. Therefore, he was certain that Star Sword could rely on his speed to win against Yi Xing. In Xing Qingji's opinion, if Yi Xing and Star Sword were to have a battle of life and death, the person who would die would naturally be Yi Xing. Chapter 754. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yi Xing had already pulled the bowstring 3 times in a row. The speed of the flowing Star Sword was too fast. It was too late to condense the arrow and shoot it. However, shooting out the starlight ripples was only a matter of seconds. A slight gap was enough. 3 layers of black flame ripples rushed out from the Wuxuan bow, one layer after another. This was the strongest attack that Yi Xing could achieve when shooting out the starlight ripples. The first layer of black flame ripples was instantly broken by the sword light, and then the second layer. When the flowing Star Sword broke the first layer of black flame ripples, its momentum had already been stopped. The speed of breaking the second layer immediately slowed down. Kill! The flowing Star Sword roared angrily. Starlight burst out and thunder rumbled. The treasured sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with light, and its power skyrocketed. Break! Break! The second and third layers of black flame ripples were broken in the blink of an eye. After breaking through the 3 layers of black flame ripples, the flowing Star Sword's sword power weakened from strong to weak, and then it became strong again. Although it didn't take much time, Yi Xing had already left his original position and appeared in a farther place. Bang bang bang, 3 powerful sounds were heard in one breath. In less than half a blink of an eye, another 3 layers of black flame ripples burst out and shot towards the flowing Star Sword from another direction. The flowing Star Sword's sword power locked onto Yi Xing's figure. Yi Xing's body moved. He naturally knew that and wanted to continue the chase. However, the 3 layers of black flame ripples burst out and forced the flowing Star Sword to block them. In this way, the flowing Star Sword's time was greatly delayed. When the flowing Star Sword broke through the second 3 layers of black flame ripples, Yi Xing changed his position again. He was already dozens of miles away from the flowing Star Sword. This time, Yi Xing didn't rush to shoot the black flame ripples. Instead, he pulled the red flame bow fiercely. Yi Xing bent his body and lowered his center of gravity. He exerted all his strength, but still couldn't pull the red flame bow into a full moon. However, Yi Xing could feel the terrifying power contained in the red flame bow. In the blink of an eye, a black flame arrow was formed on the crimson flame bow. Against the flowing Star Sword, other than the Black Hole constellation and Sagittarius constellation, Yi Xing's other abilities were naturally unleashed to the limit. He continued to use the Dark Wind Fire Arrow incantation to attack the flowing Star Sword with the strongest arrow. Thunder Flash. The Stellar Stream Sword senses were very sensitive. He was a little shaken by the black flame arrow that appeared on the crimson flame bow. He immediately used one of the ultimate moves of the meteor lightning. Rumble. The sound of thunder exploded, and the thunder celestial manifestation poured down the surging power of thunder. The flowing Star Sword pierced out, bringing along a resplendent electric light, like a dancing electric snake. Its power was earth-shattering. Whoosh! Yi Xing's pupils constricted. The black flame arrow had already taken shape. Its might had reached the limit as it shot towards the flowing Star Sword. The black flame arrow and the electric sword aura were both as fast as lightning. In less than half a blink of an eye, they collided. The black aura surged in all directions, and the electric current was like a whip that splashed in all directions. A terrifying blast of air exploded outwards, drowning an area of 10 miles. Whether it was the black flame arrow or the electric sword aura, their power was too terrifying. This huge collision stunned all the martial artists. The blast of air billowed, making it impossible for people to see the scene inside. But what they could see was that Yixing had once again drawn the crimson flame bow. In the blink of an eye, another black flame arrow was formed. And in this blink of an eye, the flowing star sword didn't come out of the area where the blast of air billowed. It was obvious that the flowing star sword didn't have the upper hand in the collision just now. Whoosh, the condensed black flame arrow left the bowstring in an instant. The void in front of it was suddenly pierced through, and the surging power caused the blast of air to billow. Although the current situation of the flowing star sword couldn't be seen, the martial artists of the Big Dipper sword sect revealed looks of joy. But the martial artists of the Astral Elephant Palace frowned slightly. Yixing had already shot out his second arrow, but the flowing star sword didn't take the initiative to launch a second attack at Yixing. This was clearly a sign that the flowing star sword was at a disadvantage. Just as the second black flame arrow shot into the area where the blast of air billowed, a dazzling electric light suddenly danced out, and the figure of the flowing star sword appeared. The treasure sword in the flowing star sword's hand carried a dazzling electric light as it ruthlessly attacked the black flame arrow. There was another explosion. Astral light exploded, and the blast of air billowed out in all directions. The flowing star sword's body suddenly shook, and he retreated 100 meters in the air. And in the distance, Yixing's expression was as usual. He drew the crimson flame bow and condensed another black flame arrow. In this current situation, even the martial artists of the younger generation could see that Yixing had the advantage, and the situation wasn't looking good for the flowing star sword. Whoosh, the black flame arrow broke through the air, and with a terrifying power, it once again shot towards the flowing star sword. The flowing star sword was repelled 100 meters back, but his expression was still calm. The arrow shot by Yixing was indeed powerful, but his strength was not bad, and his speed was also fast. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still resist. The treasure sword in the flowing star sword's hand bloomed with dazzling electric light. Just as he was about to swing his sword, his expression suddenly changed. He saw that after the black flame arrow was shot out, it suddenly changed direction. The flowing star sword's attention was immediately locked on the black flame arrow, and the treasure sword in his hand also moved according to the direction of the arrow. In the blink of an eye, the black flame arrow changed direction 9 times, and then from a tricky angle, it burst towards the flowing star sword's head. Break! The flowing star sword's reaction was extremely sensitive. The black flame arrow changed direction 9 times, but he still accurately judged the final attack trajectory, and slashed out with his sword. Boom! The terrifying power collided. The black flame arrow was cut in half by the flowing star sword, and turned into black flames that splashed in all directions. It's time to end this. In the distance, Yixing's cold shout came. This time, the flowing star sword's defense against the arrow attack of the 9 changes of the mind lasted the longest time. Yixing pulled the red flame bow and condensed 3 black flame arrows. Whoosh! 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 At the same time as Yixing's voice came, 3 black flame arrows came. The 3 black flame arrows changed direction in the void, and the flowing star sword's face suddenly turned pale. 1 black flame arrow could change direction 9 times and he could still accurately block it. 2 black flame arrows were already very difficult for him, let alone 3 black flame arrows. He had no hope of blocking them at all. It's over. The flowing star sword was greatly frightened. At this moment, the flowing star sword withdrew his sword momentum, and no longer paid attention to any of the black flame arrows. Instead, he performed a defensive sword technique, and his body was impenetrable from all directions. Every time the flowing star sword swung his sword, there was a surge of electric light, and the surging thunderbolt star force fell unceasingly. The flowing star sword condensed the thunderbolt star force into a thunderbolt star ball. Boom! 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 The 3 black flame arrows all hit the thunderbolt star ball, and 3 terrifying explosions sounded at the same time. Chapter 755. The defensive power of the Thunderball was indeed strong. Even a top 2-star king would find it hard to break through. However, the penetrative power of the black flame arrows was also extremely terrifying. The 3 black flame arrows shot into the astral lightning sphere, and then the power contained within them exploded, causing great damage to the astral lightning sphere. Amidst the explosion, the Thunderball was riddled with holes and flew backwards. The figure of Flowing Star Sword was revealed and he was in a sorry state. However, the power of the 3 black flame arrows was blocked by the Thunderbolt Ball in the end, and the Starstream Sword was not injured. If it was a normal battle, Flowing Star Sword would have admitted defeat and ended the battle. Unfortunately, this was a battle of life and death. There was no winner or loser. The battle would only end when one side died. Whoosh! Yi Xing shot out another arrow. The black flame arrow instantly shot a hole in the void and arrived in front of Flowing Star Sword. Flowing Star Sword was hit by the previous 3 black flame arrows and his defense collapsed. How could he block the attack of this black flame arrow? The black flame arrow grew bigger and bigger in Flowing Star Sword's eyes. Flowing Star Sword's expression turned into horror and he shouted, "I admit defeat." At the same time, he forcefully activated the star shield and retreated. After Feng Cangtian admitted defeat, Yi Xing spared his life. Flowing Star Sword also admitted defeat now. However, the outcome was different. Yi Xing did not hesitate and the black flame arrow did not stop as it shot forward. Flowing Star Sword's star shield was destroyed as if it was in vain. The black flame arrow shot directly into Flowing Star Sword's head. Boom! A terrifying power exploded and blew a fist-sized hole in Flowing Star Sword's head. Flowing Star Sword let out a scream and died instantly. His body fell to the ground and blood and brain matter flowed out. This outcome was out of the expectations of many martial artists. They widened their eyes and looked at Flowing Star Sword's corpse in disbelief. Flowing Star Sword was known as the most powerful martial artist in Starry Crescent Land under the age of 35. However, he died in the hands of a master who was not even a martial king. Some martial artists naturally could not accept this outcome. The martial artists from Star Elephant Palace released a terrifying aura and looked furious. Before the battle began, they thought Yi Xing would definitely die. However, the truth was that Flowing Star Sword was killed by Yi Xing. He died right in front of their eyes. Yi Xing kept Flowing Star Sword's upper-grade dark weapon sword and storage ring, carrying Flowing Star Sword's corpse and left the standalone space. After that, Yi Xing flung Starflow Sword's corpse, throwing it towards the Celestial Elephant Palace martial artist. Flowing Star Sword's corpse fell in front of Star Elephant Palace's team. This action greatly infuriated the martial artists from Star Elephant Palace. They looked at Flowing Star Sword's corpse and then looked at Yi Xing. Their eyes were about to spit fire. Even in the face of the emperors, great emperors, and quasi-gods from Star Elephant Palace, Yi Xing did not show any weakness. His sharp gaze swept over them. Yi Xing said indifferently, "This is the end of arrogant people. One day, I will return to Starry Crescent Land. If Star Elephant Palace does not restrain themselves, Flowing Star Sword will be your example." Among the martial artists from Star Elephant Palace, there were quasi-gods, great emperors, and emperors. All of them were trembling with anger. They glared at Yi Xing viciously. They could not wait to tear Yi Xing into pieces. However, Yi Xing was already first in the competition. He was a genius disciple of the Dark Star Temple. With the 3 divine envoys watching, they would not dare to do anything to Yixing even if they were given 100 guts. After Yixing finished speaking, he returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team. All the martial artists from the Big Dipper Sword Sect gave Yixing a thumbs up. They were very happy. On the black flying ship, Zhong Litao said, "Due to the death of someone, there is a change in the name of the competition this time. There is a vacancy in the top 3 and it will be replaced by the strongest of the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. Then, the strongest of the 7th to 9th places will replace the vacancy in the 4th, 5th, and 6th places. Among the eliminated martial artists, there will be an extra slot. When the total number of people is 10, they will become disciples of the Dark Star Temple." When Zhong Litao said this, the eyes of many martial artists from the younger generation lit up. The 4th, 5th, and 6th place martial artists would have a chance to fight for the top 3. The 7th, 8th, and 9th place martial artists would have a chance to fight for the top 6. The eliminated martial artists would have an extra slot to become disciples of the Dark Star Temple. Due to the death of the Flowing Star Sword, there were suddenly a few more opportunities. Of course, the younger martial artists' spirits were lifted. All of this had nothing to do with Yixing. He returned to the Big Dipper Sword Sect's team and started chatting with the quasi-gods Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue. Feng Hanqiu and Feng Junue expressed their gratitude to Yixing. Yixing had won first place, so the Big Dipper Sword Sect would receive a generous reward from the Dark Star Temple. Yixing did not say much about this. Instead, he asked about the Dark Star Temple. He was about to set off for the Dark Star Continent and become a disciple of the Dark Star Temple. However, Yixing was very unfamiliar with the Dark Star Continent and the Dark Star Temple. He only knew a little about it from the notes of the founder of the Dark Star Sect, Zhuohongyuan. Feng Junue had just returned from the Dark Star Temple. Regarding the Dark Star Temple, he explained everything to Yixing in detail. Feng Junue said, "The Dark Star Temple is a top-notch 5-star power. Just like how the Big Dipper Sword Sect managed their territory and established the Big Dipper Dynasty, the Dark Star Temple also established a political regime known as the Dark Star God Kingdom, ruling over the entire Dark Star continent. However, the difference is that the Big Dipper Dynasty is only a vassal of the Big Dipper Sword Sect. On the Dark Star continent, the Dark Star God Kingdom is the dominant force. The Dark Star Temple is only a vassal of the Dark Star God Kingdom. The Dark Star Temple exists to strengthen the rule of the Dark Star God Kingdom. The Dark Star Continent is a high-class continent with countless powerful martial artists. As the strongest sect on the Dark Star Continent, the Dark Star Temple naturally has a large number of disciples. In the Dark Star Temple, anyone below 1,000 years old is a disciple. Above 1,000 years old, quasi-gods are deacons, and true gods are elders. Among the disciples, those below mid-level king level are outer sect disciples. 4-star king level and above are inner sect disciples. Quasi-gods and above are core disciples. Core disciples will be taken in by true gods as personal disciples. True gods, Yixing was excited. He asked, "Senior, you're a quasi-god. Are you also a personal disciple of a true god?" Feng Junue nodded slightly and said, "My master is the 7th elder of the Dark Star Temple, Mo Yuanshan. He's a powerful true god, but..." Feng Junue could tell that Yixing was interested in a true god expert. He continued, "Different personal disciples are different. Like me, I'm just a nominal disciple. My master only saw me once when he took me in as a disciple. After that, he never saw me again. Only very few personal disciples will be noticed by true gods and be specially trained. It's already 5 chapters. Do I still have monthly votes? Just a little more and I'll be in the top 100. Chapter 756. Yixing nodded and said, "I see. It's not easy to meet a true god." Feng Junue smiled and said, "True gods are the pinnacle of the Dark Star land. They are extremely powerful and rarely show themselves. Of course, it is not easy to meet them. These are too far away. You can enter the Dark Star Godly Palace and become an outer disciple first. Let me tell you more about the outer disciples. There are many disciples in the Dark Star Palace. The outer gate is divided into 10 peaks. There are not only local disciples in the Dark Star continent, but also disciples from other middle-ranked continents. Disciples from middle-ranked continents are recruited once every 100 years. Ordinary middle-ranked continents only take in 10 disciples each time. Powerful middle-ranked continents take in 20. There are more than 100 middle-ranked continents under the Dark Star Palace's jurisdiction. Therefore, just the number of disciples recruited from the middle continents is more than 1,000. These disciples are all from the 10th peak of the outer sect. The first 9 peaks are all local disciples from the Dark Star continent. They are recruited once every 50 years. Yixing asked, do the other 9 peaks have as many disciples as the 10th peak? Feng Junhua said, of course. High-ranked continents are too vast. There are many 4-star families. Quasi-gods are common. Most of these families send their disciples to the Dark Star Palace to cultivate. Although the other 9 peaks only recruited disciples once every 50 years, each time they recruited a large number of disciples, at least 2,000 or more. However, the inner gate disciples are the most numerous. After becoming a 4-star king warrior, they will be promoted to inner gate disciples. Every 50 years, there will be more inner gate disciples. In total, there are more than 100,000 inner gate disciples. Yixing was shocked. The Dark Star Holy Palace was indeed a 5-star force. It was so powerful that the 7 major forces in the Starry Crescent land were like a drop of water compared to it. Feng Junhua continued, the Dark Star Palace is full of powerful warriors and geniuses. Yixing, you have to keep a low profile when you get there. You can tell from the number that the disciples recruited from the middle-ranked continents are less than 1/10 of the total. Don't fight with the local warriors in the Dark Star Palace. They are not alone. Yixing nodded. He was not the type to cause trouble. Feng Junhua said, the first year as an outer disciple is the safest. There will be a quasi-god to guide you in your cultivation. After a year, you will have to rely on yourself. All the resources in the Dark Star Godly Palace can be exchanged with contribution points. Moreover, when you leave the Dark Star Godly Palace, you will need enough contribution points to exchange for them. For contribution points, you will have to venture out and serve the Dark Star Godly Kingdom. While Feng Junhua was explaining, there were other young warriors competing in the arena. Soon, everything was settled. Among the 4th to 6th places, the 3rd junior martial practitioner who had been substituted into the top 3 was Feng Xiaoxiao of the Big Dipper Sword sect. This was beyond the expectations of the other martial practitioners. No one had expected him to defeat Peng Zhu of the Great Spirit sect. Qiu Yan from the Moon-Splitting sect was one of the substitutes to make it into the top 6. Among the eliminated cultivators, there were 2 substitutes who entered the top 10. Jin Guangsheng was naturally one of them, and the other was Giant Spirit Sect's Lu Xiong. The 10 disciples that the Dark Star Divine Palace would recruit this time were confirmed. The first was Yixing Feng Cangyuan and Feng Xiaoxiao were ranked 2nd and 3rd. Peng Zhu, Zhao Yanling, and Qiu Yan were ranked 4th to 6th. Xing Liuyi, Xian Qiuyue, Jin Guangsheng, and Lu Xiong were ranked 7th to 10th. There was no doubt that the Big Dipper Sword sect was the biggest winner. Not only did Yixing occupy the 1st place, but Feng Xiaoxiao also occupied the top 3 spots. Zhao Yanling was also ranked 4th to 6th. The 3 divine messengers quickly distributed the rewards to the quasi-gods of the 7 major sects according to their rankings. As the representative of the Big Dipper Sword sect, Feng Hanqiu received the rewards. He was so happy that he could not stop smiling. Alright, junior brothers and sisters who have become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace, it's time for us to return. Come on up. Zhong Litao stood at the bow of the black spaceship and announced loudly after the rewards were distributed. Yixing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and Zhao Yanling bid farewell to the Big Dipper sword sex martial practitioners. Yixing was not from the Starry Crescent Land. He was very happy that he had a chance to return to the Starry Crescent Land if he went to the Dark Star Divine Palace. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yanling, they were both happy and reluctant to leave their hometowns. They bid farewell to the people close to them. The three divine messengers also knew that the martial practitioners were sad about leaving home, so they did not rush them. After a while, the 10 of them boarded the black spaceship. Zhong Litao stood on the deck and looked at the 10 young martial practitioners. He said, "On the path of martial arts, there should not be too many obstacles. You can only go further in the Dark Star Divine Palace if you can't let go. If you can't, you won't have the heart to cultivate at the Dark Star Divine Palace. You might as well not go now." "I can let go," the young martial practitioners said. It was not easy for them to stand out among their peers and obtain the opportunity to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. They were looking forward to it. How could they not go? Zhong Litao opened the cabin and said, "That's good. Let's go. The Void Crossing Divine Ship will take some time to pass through the Void Passage between the Starry Crescent Land. Once we pass through the Void Passage, we will arrive at the Dark Star Divine Palace." Yixing and the others entered the cabin. Zhong Litao, Fan Wengang, and Situ Hai also entered, but they went to other rooms. The cabin quickly closed. There were transparent oars on both sides of the cabin that allowed them to see outside. They could see that the Void Crossing Divine Ship had already started moving. The Void Crossing Divine Ship's speed went from slow to fast. Soon, it reached the speed of breaking through the Void Passage. It traveled through the Void Passage. Every time it passed through a Void Passage, Yixing realized that the scenery outside was different. He did not know how far it had traveled. Not long after, the Void Crossing Divine Ship was surrounded by Void Passage cracks. It was obvious that they had reached the depths of the chaotic desert. These Void Passage cracks were troublesome even for quasi-gods. The Void Crossing Divine Ship did not slow down. It continued to barge through the Void Passage cracks. It could travel through the Void Passage, so it was not afraid of being damaged by the Void Passage cracks. After a short while, they could no longer see anything outside the cabin. There were only Void Passage cracks. It was obvious that the Void Crossing Divine Ship had entered the Void Passage. Now, they had probably left the Starry Crescent Land. Feng Xiaoxiao sat beside Yixing. The two of them retracted their gazes from outside the cabin. They looked at each other and smiled. The two of them had once said that they would one day travel to a high-tier continent. They did not expect this wish to come true so quickly. Moreover, not only did they reach a high-tier continent, but they would also become disciples of the five-star force, the Dark Star Divine Palace. Thinking about it made them feel excited. In the cabin, most of the ancient martial art practitioners looked curiously at the Void Passage outside. Xing Liuyi, the disciple of the Celestial Elephant Palace, glanced at Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao from time to time. His eyes were filled with viciousness. 6:00. Double the last bit of time, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 759. Yixing took a few steps forward and asked, "Senior brother, what can I do for you?" The two-star Peak King glanced at Yixing and saw that he was just a 9th-star Venerable Lord. He frowned and said, "Someone who can speak." Yixing said indifferently, "I can speak." There was clearly a 2-star king on the other side, but it seemed like this 9th-star Venerable Lord was the leader. The 2-star Peak King was surprised. He sized up Yixing again and asked, "Which continent are you from?" Yixing asked, "We are from the Starry Crescent continent." "Which continent are you from?" The 2-star Peak King raised his eyebrows and said, this king is Lu Fangyun from the Starcloud continent. My elder brother is the #1 junior genius of the Starcloud continent, Lu Li. Starcloud continent, Yixing's heart moved. Among the hundreds of continents that the Dark Star Temple recruited disciples from, there were a few that were the strongest. The Starcloud continent was one of them, and they had a 6th-level Star Nirvana realm quasi-god expert. Lu Fangyun's gaze swept over Yixing and the others with a smug look. Among the hundreds of continents, the Starcloud continent was one of the top continents. They had a strong sense of superiority towards disciples from other continents. Lu Fangyun continued, I believe you have heard of the Starcloud continent from your elders. Our Starcloud continent's disciples are mostly quasi-gods who were accepted as personal disciples by the temple's true god experts. From now on, your Starcloud continent's disciples will follow our Starcloud continent's disciples. My elder brother, Lu Li, will be one of the overlords of the outer court. You have to listen to his orders, understand? Yixing and the others understood that the other party was here to recruit subordinates. Yixing chuckled and said, sorry, I only listen to the Dark Star Temple's orders. Lu Fangyun said, obeying the orders of the Dark Star Temple is a must. Apart from that, you must obey my brother Lu Li's orders. Otherwise, without the protection of my Starcloud continent, you will have a hard time in the outer gate, being bullied by others. Yixing shook his head and said, please go back. Other than the Dark Star Divine Palace, I will not listen to anyone else's orders. Lu Fangyun's expression turned furious as he shouted, you dare to refuse? Do you know what the consequences are? Yixing smiled faintly, too lazy to bother with him. Lu Fangyun's enraged gaze swept across the crowd as he said in a cold voice, all of you, don't even put the disciples of my Starcloud continent in your eyes? Feng Tsangtian, Xing Liuyi, and the others froze. They were all geniuses in the Starry Crescent land and had a bunch of followers. How could they be willing to be someone's follower? This was the Dark Star Divine Palace, not the Starry Crescent land. In the Starry Crescent land, they were geniuses, but here, they were just ordinary outer disciples. Every 100 years in the Starry Crescent land, there would be 10 martial artists who would become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace. Naturally, the situation of the outer sect would be passed down from generation to generation. The new disciples would know that there was a rule of forming cliques in the outer sect. The disciples of the 10th peak came from more than 100 middle continents. The competition between the disciples of different middle continents was fierce and no one was willing to submit to anyone. At this time, the one with the bigger fist would be the boss. Those who could stand at the top of the outer sect were the disciples of the most powerful middle continents. The disciples of the other middle continents would be ostracized by them and faced with two choices. The first choice was to become a follower of one of the strongest middle continents and listen to their orders. They would become their follower and become a force to compete with the other middle continent's disciples. The second choice was to refuse the other party's recruitment and be independent. However, they would be suppressed by the strongest middle continent's disciples and be controlled at every step in the outer sect. However, this was the Dark Star Divine Palace after all. The disciples could fight and quarrel, but they would not dare to be too obvious and kill anyone. Therefore, although it was difficult to be controlled at every step, they would not lose their lives because of it. The first choice was to live a more comfortable life and become someone's follower. The second choice was to live a more difficult life, but have their own freedom and personality. Yixing was obviously the second choice. He would not become anyone's follower. Everyone's thoughts were different. Yixing chose the second choice, but it did not mean that others would do the same. Furthermore, the others did not have Yixing's strength and naturally did not have Yixing's confidence. It was normal for them to waver. Under Lu Fangyun's cold gaze, Feng Tsangtian and Xing Liuyi took the lead and stepped forward. They cupped their fists and said, "We are willing to follow senior brother Lu Li." Star Elephant Palace, Demon Ceiling Valley and Dark Moon Palace, the three major sects were united. Xian Qiuyue saw Feng Zhangtian and Xing Liuyi's attitude and also stepped forward. She said, I am willing to follow senior brother Lu Li. Lu Fangyun saw that a two-star king had been successfully recruited and was in a good mood. Xian Qiuyue was as beautiful as a flower and also bowed her head to Star Cloud Continent. This made him even happier and a smile appeared on his face. However, his expression turned cold again. He looked at the others and said, have you all made your decision? I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, hee. I'll beat you up every time I see you. Feng Xiaoxiao and Zhao Yanling stood beside Yixing. Feng Xiaoxiao was a strong person and would not become someone's follower. Zhao Yanling naturally followed Yixing and Feng Xiaoxiao's opinions. As for Qiu Yan, Jin Guangsheng, Peng Zhu and Lu Xiong, their expressions were ugly. They did not know how to choose. If they really wanted to, they would not want to become someone's follower. However, they were afraid that they could not bear the consequences of rejecting. After some hesitation, Jin Guangsheng walked over to Lu Fangyun and said, I am willing to follow senior brother Lu Li. After some thought, Jin Guangsheng still chose to bow his head to Star Cloud Continent. Senior brother Peng. Lu Xiong looked at Peng Zhu. Peng Zhu looked at Lu Fangyun and then looked at Yixing. He made a decision and said, I will only follow senior brother Yixing. Although he had lost to Yixing, he was extremely impressed with Yixing's strength. He believed that Yixing would achieve great things in the future. Furthermore, Yixing had Feng Xiaoxiao by his side. In Peng Zhu's opinion, it was better to follow Yixing than to follow the geniuses of other continents. I am also willing to follow senior brother Yixing. Lu Xiong saw the situation and naturally joined Peng Zhu. I am also willing to follow senior brother Yixing. Qiu Yan also made a decision. Being a follower of a genius from another continent did not have any status. It was better to follow Yixing. Lu Fangyun's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. He swept his gaze across everyone and finally locked onto Yixing. Lu Fangyun said coldly, fine. I will let you know the consequences of rejecting the Starcloud continent. Yixing's eyes also sharpened as he said, we will mind our own business. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will pay you back double. Chapter 760. Lu Fangyun's face darkened as he released a terrifying aura. He stared at Yixing fiercely as though he would attack Yixing at any moment. Yixing looked indifferent and did not take Lu Fangyun's aura seriously. Today was the registration day, the first day of the new disciples. Even if Lu Fangyun was given 1,000 guts, he would not dare to attack him here. Even though the elders of the Dark Star Divine Palace had always turned a blind eye to the fights between the disciples, it was still intolerable that a fight broke out on the first day of a new disciple's recruitment. Moreover, even if Lu Fangyun really attacked, Yixing was not afraid at all. Facing Lu Fangyun's anger, he was naturally calm. Seeing that Yixing was not frightened, Lu Fangyun retracted his aura and laughed coldly. You are Yixing, right? I will remember you. Be careful in the future, hee. With that, Lu Fangyun flung his robes and left. Yixing did not say his name. Lu Fangyun knew his name because one of Feng Zhangtian, Xing Liuyi, Xian Qiuyue and Jin Guangsheng had secretly sent a message to Lu Fangyun. Yixing's gaze swept across Feng Zhangtian and the other three. The four of them looked unnatural as they hurriedly turned around and entered their own rooms. Senior brother Yixing, what should we do? Zhao Yanling looked at Yixing and her voice was a little nervous. Yixing's strength was not the best among the outer disciples but his speed was definitely the best. Even if he could not win, he could still run away. He was not worried that the disciples of Star Cloud Continent would bully him. However, Feng Xiaoxiao and the others were not as strong as him and were not as fast as him. This was a troublesome matter. Since they all saw Yixing as their backbone, Yixing naturally had to consider them. Yixing thought for a while and said, in the future, all of you should stay in your rooms and cultivate. Try not to go out. The star Yuan Qi here is very abundant and suitable for cultivation. When I become one of the overlords of the outer sect, all of you will be able to roam freely in the outer sect. Everyone nodded and returned to their rooms. The next day, early in the morning, the speed communication beads of all the outer disciples on Ming Peak lit up. The Peak Master's order: all outer sect disciples are to gather at the square at the foot of the mountain. On the 10th summit, all the outer sect disciples walked out of their rooms and left the courtyard. They rose into the air and landed on the square at the foot of the mountain. Yixing looked around and realized that the number of outer disciples on Dark Peak was not far from 2,000. Among them, 90% were low-level Astral Sea Realm Kings, and 10% were high-level Astral Star Realm Supremacy Lords. In terms of cultivation base, apart from Feng Xiaoxiao who was an 8th star supremacy, Yixing who was a 9th star supremacy was at the bottom. High lords and kings were simply too fast. In just a few dozen breaths of time, all of the disciples had already arrived at the square. Moreover, under the guidance of the deacon, they had already lined up. All the disciples were wearing the sect uniform that they had received yesterday. They looked neat and uniform. 3 middle-aged men arrived in the air and stood in front of all the disciples. Yixing could not sense any fluctuations of astral power from them. It was obvious that their cultivation base was far inferior. The 3 of them were all-star Nirvana quasi-gods. An outer sect deacon immediately shouted, "Greetings, Peak Master Mo Qingyang, Elder Wu Mingtong, and Elder Zhao Yuan." The 10th summit of the outer sect had 3 quasi-gods. Peak Master Mo Qingyang was a 5th Nirvana quasi-god, outer sect Elder Wu Mingtong was a 4th Nirvana quasi-god, and outer sect Elder Zhao Yuan was a 3rd Nirvana quasi-god. The outer sect disciples immediately showed respect on their faces. They cupped their fists and bowed in unison. In the Dark Star Divine Palace, quasi-gods below 1,000 years old were core disciples. After 1,000 years old, they would still maintain a master-disciple relationship with true God experts. However, their status would be higher and they would become elders. Among them, 1st Nirvana and 2nd Nirvana quasi-gods would become inner sect deacons. 3rd Nirvana and 4th Nirvana quasi-gods would become outer sect elders. 5th Nirvana and 6th Nirvana quasi-gods would become outer sect peak masters or rank 1 divine officials of the divine nation. As for quasi-god experts above 7th Nirvana, they were no different from true God experts. They would become inner sect elders of the Dark Star Divine Palace. In the sky, Missouri Qingyang, the peak master of the 10th summit of the outer sect, waved his hand. An invisible force was transmitted. The 1,000 or so disciples felt it at the same time and involuntarily stood up straight. Mo Qingyang said, "Juniors, welcome to the Dark Star Divine Palace." The Dark Star Divine Palace is a top 5-star force and one of the 3 strongest forces of the flowing light boundary. Martial artists from intermediate continents only have the opportunity to become disciples of the Dark Star Divine Palace once in 100 years. It is your fortune, your honor, and your opportunity to become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. I hope that you will seize this opportunity and cultivate diligently in the Dark Star Divine Palace. Mo Qingyang gave a long opening speech. In the martial pavilion of this summit, there are black-level medium-grade and upper-grade cultivation techniques and martial skills. You can choose any one of them to cultivate. You are limited to one. On the first day of every month, Elder Zhao Yuan will explain the cultivation techniques to you. On the second day, Elder Wu Mingtong will explain the cultivation techniques to you. If you have any questions, you can ask them. In your rooms, there's an energy gathering array. The astral Yuan Qi here is much denser compared to the outside world, and is suitable for cultivation. Secondly, at the peak of this mountain, there's also a cultivation pagoda with a total of 3 levels. In the cultivation pagoda, the speed of cultivation is faster, and the higher the level, the denser the astral Yuan Qi would be. The disciples immediately became spirited. This was related to the speed of their cultivation. This was what they were most interested in. Mo Qingyang continued, "There are many of you, and the space in the cultivation pagoda is limited. Therefore, only the most outstanding disciples can cultivate in the cultivation pagoda. This God will divide the outstanding disciples into 3 levels. The first level can cultivate in the 3rd floor of the cultivation pagoda. The second level can cultivate in the 2nd floor of the cultivation pagoda. The 3rd level can cultivate in the 1st floor of the cultivation pagoda. In the 1st level, there are 8 disciples with peak 3-star king battle strength. They are Tu Qianzhang, Zheng Haoyu, Sun Gang, Lu Li, Yu Feifei, Gao Jian, and Zhen Zihan. Yi Xing, Feng Xiaoxiao, and the others' hearts tightened when they heard Mo Qingyang's words. They had heard Lu Li's name. Yesterday, Lu Fengyun, who had come to the 71st courtyard, had said that his brother, Lu Li, was the #1 genius of the younger generation of the Starcloud continent. It seemed like he wasn't bragging. He was not even 35 years old and already had the strength of a peak 3-star king. It was very likely that he was that peak 3-star king. He was not simple. Mo Qingyang's voice continued. In the 2nd level, there are 26 disciples with the strength of an ordinary 3-star king. They are Ming Qiudia, Zhen Dongyue, Mo Tianhao. In the 3rd level, there are 87 disciples with the strength of a peak 2-star king. They are Tu Wansheng, Lu Fengyun, Yi Xing. Yi Xing heard his name in the list of the 3rd level. Chapter 761. Cultivating in the cultivation pagoda was obviously much faster than cultivating in a room. Yi Xing had obtained the qualification to cultivate in the cultivation tower in the 3rd level, so he was in a very good mood. There were close to 2,000 disciples in the 10th peak, but only a little more than 100 could enter the cultivation tower, which was less than 10%. The disciples in the 3rd level were all very happy, while the rest of the disciples were only envious. After reading the list, Mo Qingyang continued, among the 10 peaks, there is a enlightenment peak. There, you can comprehend martial arts and the power of heaven and earth with half the effort. Every peak's disciple has a chance to comprehend the Tao there. According to the sect rules, the cultivation methods and martial arts in the martial pavilion, as well as cultivating in the cultivation pagoda and comprehending the Tao at enlightenment peak, all require sect contribution points to exchange for them. However, for new disciples in their 1st year, they will be available to you for free. I hope you will manage your time appropriately and use the resources reasonably. Enlightenment peak? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat. In the outer sect of the Dark Star Godly Palace, Yi Xing was looking forward to the enlightenment peak the most. His one with arrow had already reached the 3rd level, and the next step was to comprehend the arrow intent. However, comprehending any kind of martial intent was extremely difficult. Even though Yi Xing's perception was extremely high, it was still extremely difficult. However, if he were to comprehend it in the enlightenment peak, the difficulty would be greatly reduced. Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year. I'll go to the enlightenment peak first. After comprehending the arrow intent, I'll go to the cultivation tower. Yi Xing instantly made a decision. The contribution points required to enter the enlightenment peak were much higher than the cultivation tower. Moreover, Yi Xing was confident that he could comprehend the arrow intent within a year in the enlightenment peak. However, in the cultivation tower, even at the highest level, Yi Xing wasn't confident that he could break through the Star Sea realm and become a King Realm warrior within a year. After weighing the 2 options, Yi Xing naturally had to do what he was confident of. As long as he could comprehend the arrow intent, his strength would increase greatly. However, no matter how hard he tried to consolidate his cultivation base at the 9th level of the astral reaching realm, it would be hard for him to make any progress without breaking through to the King Realm. 1 year after a new disciple entered the sect, each peak would hold a competition, and this competition would determine whether or not Yi Xing could return to the Star Continent. To him, increasing his strength was extremely important. Mo Qingyang continued, your seniors have all entered the Dark Star Divine Palace before. I'm sure they've already told you about the new disciples after they join the sect. Every peak will have a competition once a year after the new disciples join the sect. The top 10 will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Bao continent. As long as you explore the Heavenly Bao continent, you'll be rewarded with contribution points regardless of what you gain. Yixing took a deep breath. The Heavenly Bao continent was the key to his return to the Star Mainland. 2,000 years ago, Zhuohongyuan was also an outer court disciple of the Dark Star God Palace. However, he was a martial artist from the Dark Star Mainland, a disciple of the Seventh Peak. Although he was only a 2-star King Realm martial artist, he had the battle prowess of a 4-star King Realm martial artist. In the competition held a year after the new disciples had joined the Dark Star Mainland, he had entered the top 10 of the Seventh Peak and entered the Heavenly Bao Mainland to explore. In the end, Zhuohongyuan fell into a space crack in the Heavenly Bao Mainland and accidentally arrived at the Star Mainland. In the notes that Zhuohongyuan left behind in the Dark Star sect, it recorded the process of him arriving at the Star Mainland in detail. As long as Yixing arrived at the Heavenly Bao Mainland, he would be able to follow the route that Zhuohongyuan had taken and head to the Star Mainland. Mo Qingyang said, the Heavenly Bao Mainland is the burial ground of Luo Tiangong, a true god expert from 20,000 years ago. Luo Tiangong was a rogue martial artist who specialized in archery. When he was alive, he was extremely powerful. He was the king of rogue martial artists in the flowing light boundary. After the Heavenly Bao true god passed away, he buried himself in an extraterritorial starland and laid down layers of formations. Martial artists who were beginner King Realm martial artists and above couldn't enter. Even a true god was no exception. If a true god attacked forcefully, the formations would collapse, and the entire Heavenly Bao Mainland would be destroyed. Therefore, in order to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Bao true god, only beginner King Realm martial artists could enter the Heavenly Bao Mainland to explore. You can imagine the treasures in the burial ground of a true god expert. Supreme-grade dark weapons are all trash in there. If you have the opportunity, it won't be difficult to find a divine weapon. Gasps could be heard from below. The hearts of the disciples started to beat faster, and their breaths became heavier. Divine weapon, to a King Realm martial artist, a divine weapon was a priceless treasure. Although a King Realm martial artist couldn't wield the power of a divine weapon, he would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of contribution points if he handed the divine weapon to the Dark Star Temple. When the time came, they would be able to compete for treasures that were suitable for them. Naturally, they would be able to exchange for whatever they wanted. Even though Yixing had a strong mental state, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. A true god expert who cultivated archery would definitely have an inheritance of archery. If he could obtain it, it would naturally be an immeasurable gain for Yixing. It would be crucial for his future. Mo Qingyang paused for a moment. Looking at the expectant expressions of the disciples below, he revealed a satisfied expression. He smiled and continued, only those who enter the top 10 in the competition 1 year later will be qualified to enter the Heavenly Bao Mainland. This year, it will depend on your hard work. Top 10. Most of the disciples revealed expressions of despair. It was too difficult to enter the top 10 among nearly 2,000 disciples. Aside from the 8 people in the first tier, no one dared to guarantee that they would be able to enter the top 10. Aside from Yixing, only the disciples in the second tier were excited. There were only 8 people in the first tier, and there were still 2 spots in the top 10. This was their hope. Furthermore, there was still 1 year before the competition. Although it was difficult to make any progress in the King Realm in 1 year, and it was difficult for one's strength to increase significantly, as long as one cultivated diligently, there was still hope for one's strength to increase greatly if one made a breakthrough in one's cultivation or one's comprehension of the martial Tao or the power of the world. Hence, many of the disciples in the second tier were filled with fighting spirit for the competition 1 year later. After Mo Qingyang finished speaking, the two quasi-god elders, Wu Mingtong and Zhao Yuan, also spoke, saying some encouraging words for the new disciples. Then, Mo Qingyang ordered the outer sect deacon to set up a stone stele at the edge of the plaza and engrave the names of the cultivators in the 3 tiers on it. At this point, the peak master's summons ended. The 3 quasi-gods left, and the remaining time was up to the disciples. Some of the disciples returned to their houses, while others could not wait to head to the cultivation pagoda. Most of the disciples gathered around the stone stele at the edge of the plaza, discussing the names of the disciples who had left their names on the stone stele. Feng Xiaoxiao, Zhao Yanling, and the others returned to their houses. Yixing left some instructions for them and left the 10th peak, heading for Enlightenment Peak. Most of the cultivators in the 3 tiers went to the cultivation pagoda to cultivate first. Yixing was an exception. Yixing had just left the 10th peak when he was stopped by someone. He. Lu Fengyun was in front, looking at Yixing and laughing. "I'm sorry, but I've been having a memory lapse recently. Coincidentally, I returned to my hometown and could not integrate into the world of books. This is the first time I've been off for such a long time. However, every day, there are still brothers voting for me. This makes me feel ashamed. Thank you. Thank you brothers for your support. I will definitely make up for the updates in these few days." Chapter 763. The moment the arrow was shot out, the void shattered and a hole was formed. The flaming snake sword aura was completely penetrated by the black flame arrow. In less than half a blink of an eye, the arrow had already arrived before Lu Fengyun. Lu Fengyun's heart shook. What a terrifying arrow. It actually made him instinctively feel fear. As a 2-star peak king, although the arrow was fast, it didn't exceed his reaction time. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword glowed brightly and instantly flashed. Bang! The sword collided with the arrow and let out a loud explosion. The black flame arrow was cut in half, but the power contained within the arrow caused Lu Fengyun's hands to tremble. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword buzzed. And Lu Fengyun's body was pushed back by the force of the arrow. In the distance, Yixing's figure retreated again and pulled back the crimson flame bow. He circulated the dark wind fire arrow incantation and the black flame arrow continued to form. When Lu Fengyun dissipated the power in his body and stabilized his body, he no longer retreated. With a loud explosion, the black flame arrow left the bowstring and shot towards him. Lu Fengyun's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the power of the black flame arrow. His expression was extremely grim as he concentrated his mental energy like never before. He circulated the astral energy in his body to the limit and was about to explode with a powerful attack to block this arrow. When the arrow left the bowstring, Lu Fengyun had already determined its trajectory. The upper-grade mystic weapon sword in his hand bloomed with resplendent flames as he prepared to shatter the black flame arrow with a single slash. However, the instant Lu Fengyun made his decision, the black flame arrow suddenly changed its direction. Whoosh! 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 The black flame arrow flickered like a stream of light and changed direction 9 times in an instant. Although the attack was fast, Lu Fengyun could still react in time. However, when it changed direction 9 times in an instant, Lu Fengyun's reaction couldn't keep up with the changes. The instant the black flame arrow was in front of him, Lu Fengyun's heart tightened. He slashed down with the sword in his hand, but it was too slow. Bang! The black flame arrow hit Lu Fengyun's body and let out a loud bang. Lu Fengyun let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was like a cannonball and was sent flying 1,000 meters away. He had a black-grade upper-level inner armor to protect his body, so the black flame arrows did not penetrate it. However, the sharp arrows penetrated the inner armor and entered his body, causing considerable damage to Lu Fengyun's internal organs. Puff! Lu Fengyun's body retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale. Lu Fengyun landed on a small hill a few miles away. Yixing took a step forward and executed the art of the 9 heavens astral travel. His body was like a stream of light as he flew into the sky. Yixing's wind yuan qi circled around his feet as he stood in the air. He looked down at Lu Fengyun and said, "Now it seems that the stupid one is you." Yixing withdrew his gaze and flashed across the sky, continuing to Enlightenment Mountain. On the ground, Lu Fengyun stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the direction where Yixing disappeared, he clenched his fists and his eyes were full of resentment. "Yi-Xing! You wait for me." Lu Fengyun gnashed his teeth, his voice jumping out from between his teeth. Yixing soon arrived at Enlightenment Mountain. Yixing registered his identity card with the deacon guarding Enlightenment Mountain and ascended the mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was an important place in the outer sect. Fighting was prohibited inside. Comprehending arrow essence was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Yixing was prepared to stay at Enlightenment Mountain for a long time. He didn't care if Lu Fengyun would seek revenge from his brother. Moreover, even if he wasn't at Enlightenment Mountain, Yixing wasn't afraid of Lu Li. His speed was unparalleled. Among the outer sect disciples, there were very few who could do anything to him. As for Feng Xiaoxiao and the others, they had been cultivating in their rooms for the past few days. Even if Lu Fengyun wanted to cause trouble for them, he could not do anything about it. Yixing naturally had nothing to worry about. He could throw everything to the back of his mind and focus on comprehending the way of archery at Enlightenment Mountain. Enlightenment Mountain was the first peak of the outer sect. It was taller than the 10 main peaks of the outer sect. The mountain was tens of thousands of feet high and stretched for dozens of miles. In the mountain, there were smooth stone walls. The stone walls contained all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth. Sword Tao, knife Tao, spear Tao, arrow Tao, all kinds of martial arts. Wind, fire, thunder, water, earth, wood, all kinds of great Tao of heaven and earth could be found on Enlightenment Mountain. So many great Tao gathered on a mountain peak. Of course, it wasn't formed naturally. Enlightenment Mountain was majestic and beautiful. Being in the mountain could calm one's mind. It was indeed helpful in comprehending Tao. However, the many traces of great Tao on Enlightenment Mountain were left behind by generations of experts from the Dark Star Divine Palace. To be able to leave behind traces of great Tao for others to comprehend, one had to at least have a true meaning of the Tao or martial will that had reached perfection. Such a powerhouse, even among true God powerhouses, was an extremely powerful existence, standing at the pinnacle. As a 5-star sect, the Dark Star Divine Palace had very few true God experts. However, the Dark Star Divine Palace had a long history. After countless years of accumulation, there were naturally many experts. The lifespan of a true divinity powerhouse was 30,000 years. As time passed, generation after generation of true divinity powerhouses had already turned to dust. But, they had still managed to imprint their comprehensions onto the stone walls of Enlightenment Peak for future generations to comprehend. Therefore, Enlightenment Mountain wasn't just for outer sect disciples to comprehend. Even inner sect disciples could benefit from Enlightenment Mountain. On the mountain path, there were stone tablets to guide the way. They pointed out the places that were suitable for comprehending Tao. Yixing chose the path for comprehending arrow essence. After walking for dozens of miles, he arrived at the mountainside of Enlightenment Mountain. A smooth stone wall about 100 meters wide appeared in front of Yixing's eyes. In front of the stone wall, there were already a few disciples comprehending. Yixing observed for a while and then observed the terrain before leaving. On the opposite side of the stone wall, there was a side peak a few miles away. It didn't take long for him to arrive at this side peak. Arrow essence required a certain distance to unleash its full power. Yixing stood at the foot of the stone wall and knew that it was not the best place to meditate because it was too close to the stone wall. The side peak a few miles away was the most suitable place to face the stone wall from afar. Yixing wasn't the only one with such foresight. There was already someone on this side peak. It was a black-robed youth who looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. The black-robed youth's aura was concealed, but Yixing's super brain scanned him and easily found out his cultivation base. He was a 2-star king. Obviously, he was an outer sect disciple who had just entered the sect. Yixing had a feeling that this wasn't a disciple of the 10th peak, but a local of the Dark Star continent. He was a disciple of one of the other 9 peaks. Seeing someone approaching, the black-robed youth turned to look at Yixing. When he saw that Yixing was just a 9th star venerable lord, he was slightly surprised. Chapter 765. Among the 10 peaks, the first peak had always been the strongest. Xuezi's strength was probably extremely powerful even among 4-star kings since she was ranked first among the first peak's disciples. Yixing opened his eyes. Just now, he had heard the words first peak, first layer, and Xuezi from the surrounding disciples' whispers. He knew that this purple-robed youth was an extremely powerful figure among the outer disciples. However, this was Enlightenment Mountain, where fighting was forbidden. Strength was useless here. Yixing's gaze indifferently swept over Xuezi and said, "Where did this bastard come from?" Scram! The disciples who knew Xuezi's identity immediately opened their eyes wide in shock. This was Xuezi. His strength was at the peak among the outer disciples. Among the 10,000 outer disciples, less than 1 in 100 could contend against him. Knowing Xuezi's identity, who would dare to not give her face? A mere 9th star venerable lord actually dared to call him a bastard in front of him and tell him to scram? This was out of the disciples' expectations, so they were naturally shocked. Xuezi's expression froze. His strength was enough to sweep through the majority of 4-star kings. A 9th star venerable lord was indeed no different from an ant in his eyes. When he told a 9th star venerable lord to scram, no one had ever dared to refuse. Who would have thought that he would run into a snag in front of Yixing? He definitely doesn't know who I am. Xuezi thought. Even so, Xuezi was still furious. He coldly snorted and said, "A 9th astral reaching realm cultivation base can become a disciple of the Dark Star Divine Palace. You must be an ant from a middle continent who hasn't seen the world. Do you know who I am?" Xuezi raised his head, and his arrogance became even more obvious as he continued, "I am Xuezi. I come from the 5-star family Xue family. My family's ancestor is an inner elder of the Divine Palace, a true god expert. My strength is also outstanding among the disciples of the first peak. Few can contend against me. You, a mere 9th star venerable lord, an ant-like thing, dares to speak like this in front of me, Xuezi? How dare you? Get out of my way." Yixing frowned slightly. The other party's background was really quite big. However, what made Yixing apprehensive wasn't how powerful Xuezi was, but his family background. A 5-star family with a true god expert was too powerful. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through Yixing's mind. Then, he smiled and the fear in his heart disappeared without a trace. A 5-star family was indeed powerful, and Yixing had absolutely no way of contending against them. However, it was precisely because of the size of a 5-star family that Yixing concluded that Xuezi was just an insignificant figure in the Xue family. Perhaps his talent was somewhat outstanding and he could become a quasi-god in the future. However, the number of quasi-god realm disciples from 5-star clans was definitely not small. Xuezi was just a junior. It would be difficult for her to utilize the power of a 5-star family. As for a true god expert, it was impossible for them to interfere because of some conflicts between juniors. Otherwise, which of the Xue family's disciples wouldn't be able to do anything else for the rest of their lives if a true god expert was in charge of them? If he killed Xuezi, there would definitely be big trouble. However, if he only had a conflict with Xue Zi, their conflict would be limited to the two of them and would not involve the Xue family. In that case, Yixing had nothing to fear. Yixing only planned to stay in the outer sect of the Dark Star Temple for a year. After a year, he would head to the Heavenly Bow continent and return to the Star continent. When he returned to the Dark Star continent from the Star continent to the Starry Crescent land, he would at least be a second Nirvana quasi-god. At that time, a mere Xue Zi would be nothing. Yixing shouted, "Bastard, get out of my way." Xue Zi's eyes widened. He didn't expect that even after he reported his name and origin, he still couldn't suppress this ninth star venerable lord. This king. Xue Zi had just opened his mouth when Yixing interrupted him coldly, "Say no more. I know you're Xue Zi and you're a genius disciple of the first peak. However, what does that have to do with me? Do you think that you can make the temple master change the rules of Enlightenment Peak? Do you think that you can snatch other people's positions in Enlightenment Peak? If you think you can, go ahead and tell the temple master. If you don't have the ability, then get out of my way. Don't embarrass yourself here." Xue Zi's chest heaved up and down. He had nowhere to vent his anger. He glared fiercely at Yixing and shouted, "Fine. You win, but this king warns you, you'd better stay in Enlightenment Peak. Don't fall into my hands in the future." Yixing smiled and said, "Are you done? If you're done, then get out of my way. Don't disturb my enlightenment." Xue Zi snorted and glanced at the surrounding disciples. He felt his face burning. He clenched his teeth and walked away. After 100 meters, he suddenly stopped. "You'll pay for what you did today. You definitely will." Xue Zi left behind these words before her figure flashed and quickly vanished from everyone's field of vision. Even though he had come here to comprehend the Tao of archery, he was too ashamed to stay here for the time being after such a thing had happened. After Xue Zi left, Xiaofan gave Yixing a thumbs up and said, "Junior brother Yi, you're so magnanimous." Yixing smiled and said, "I've gotten myself into big trouble." Xiaofan nodded and said, "In the first year, he can't go to the 10th peak to deal with you. Moreover, after a year, as long as you're in the Dark Star Divine Palace, he won't dare to do anything to you. The key is that when you leave the Divine Palace, you must be careful to hide your whereabouts. Don't let him know." Yixing said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Zhua." After the incident with Xue Zi, Yixing didn't encounter anyone else who wanted to take his place. He had been meditating quietly. Yixing studied the Jade Arms Tao of archery, and gained some enlightenment. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, transforming it into his own. He repeated this process repeatedly, and his understanding of the Tao of archery continued to rise. Time flew by, month after month. After more than half a year, Yixing's understanding of archery had already reached the limit of one with the arrow. On this day, he finally had a breakthrough. On the bluestone, Yixing's qi suddenly became violent and incomparably sharp. The astral energy in Yixing's body was changing. It changed from strands to the shape of arrows. The astral energy in his body seemed to be made up of countless tiny arrows, and had the terrifying penetrating power of arrows. Although Yixing's cultivation was still at the 9th level of astral reaching realm, and the strength of his astral energy hadn't changed, the penetrating power of his astral energy had increased by more than 10 times. There was only one reason for the change of his astral energy, and that was the arrow intent. Once the arrow intent was formed, Yixing's understanding of archery had reached a new level. There were hundreds of places around his body that he couldn't shoot. Chapter 766. Yixing was overjoyed when he sensed that the power of arrow Tao in his body was soaring. He felt that the void around him had become weak. He could easily break the void if he ran the power of arrow Tao in his body. Just by revealing a trace of the power of arrow Tao, the void around Yixing began to vibrate. As long as Yi Xing was willing, his entire body could shatter the void like an arrow and appear dozens or hundreds of miles away in an instant. This kind of speed was simply teleportation. Teleportation could only be done by a king who had comprehended the true meaning of space Tao. Yi Xing smiled. Even a 3-star king would not be able to resist such a fast speed and such a sharp aura. If he used his astrology, his strength would reach a higher level. Yi Xing would not be afraid even if he was a 4-star king. Yi Xing was confident that his strength would be in the first level of any peak in the outer sect. In the 10th peak, he would be the absolute overlord. Whoosh, Yi Xing let out a long breath and withdrew his aura. All the sharpness disappeared and returned to normal. However, the disciples who were comprehending Arrow Dao here felt the sharp aura that Yi Xing had just revealed. They all looked at Yi Xing. Xiaofan widened his eyes in surprise. You have comprehended arrow intent? Xiaofan was also an expert in Arrow Dao. He had already reached the 3rd level of one with the arrow. He came to Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend arrow intent. If he succeeded, his strength would increase greatly. Right now, his battle prowess was only comparable to a 4-star king. Once he comprehended the arrow intent, he would be able to defeat all 4-star kings and be almost invincible. At that time, he would not only be in the first tier of the 7th peak, but he would also be one of the strongest disciples in the entire 10 peaks. However, even though he had benefited a lot from the Enlightenment Peak, he was still far from comprehending the arrow intent. On the other hand, Yi Xing was only a 9th-star Highness Lord, yet he had already comprehended the arrow intent from becoming one with the arrow in just over half a year. To comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king, in the lower continents and middle continents, that was a legendary existence. Even in the Dark Star continent, such a person was extremely rare. Usually, only one would appear every few hundred years. The Dark Star Divine Palace had already had several generations of disciples, but such a person had never appeared. Looking at Yi Xing, Xiaofan was astonished and shocked. Yi Xing nodded to Xiaofan. He stood up and said, "Senior Martial Brother Xue, I have achieved my goal. I'll take my leave first. Goodbye." Looking at Yi Xing's back, Xiaofan thought to himself, Junior Brother Yi is from a middle continent, and his bloodline is at most at the level of quasi-god, which is not outstanding. I wonder what level his destiny has reached. If it is good enough, he will definitely soar to the sky in the Divine Palace, and become the top disciple in recent years. After Yi Xing left Enlightenment Mountain, he used the arrow intent and the star gang in his body. His entire body erupted with an extremely sharp aura, shattering the void around him. Yi Xing took a step forward, moving at an extremely fast speed in the shattered void. In half a blink of an eye, he had shuttled through a long void hole in the void. The space of the starry sky continent was very stable. Although Yi Xing had shattered the void, the essence of the space was not damaged. In the blink of an eye, the void hole was filled with air and returned to normal. Yi Xing appeared in the distant sky and estimated the distance. He had just shot out like an arrow. In half a blink of an eye, he had shattered the void and shuttled through hundreds of miles. This speed, it was one thing to think, but it was another thing to actually do it. Yi Xing's heart beat fiercely, but he was very happy. Yi Xing shuttled through the void as if he had teleported. Soon, he returned to the 10th peak and arrived at the 71st courtyard. He used the speed communication pearl to send a message to Feng Xiaoxiao. Feng Xiaoxiao replied that she had already entered Enlightenment Mountain to comprehend the sword principle. Feng Xiaoxiao's attainments in the sword principle were also very high. She had already reached the 3rd level of one with the sword and was only a step away from comprehending sword intent. Currently, Feng Xiaoxiao was only an 8th-star High Lord. There was an extremely high chance that she would be like Yi Xing and comprehend a martial intent before becoming a king. Yi Xing also sent a message to Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan. The 3 of them were cultivating in their rooms and immediately left. senior apprentice brother Yixing. As the four of them saw Yixing, their faces lit up with joy. Yixing asked, "Did anything happen in the past half-year?" To enter Enlightenment Mountain, one needed to calm their mind. Moreover, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Mountain in their first year. Yixing didn't want to be disturbed once he entered Enlightenment Mountain and waste this opportunity. Therefore, when Yixing went to Enlightenment Mountain, he had already told them not to disturb him before he returned from Enlightenment Mountain. He knew nothing about what had happened in the past half-year. Zhao Yanling and the others naturally knew what Yixing wanted to know. Zhao Yanling said, "In the past half-year, we spent most of our time cultivating in our rooms. We only went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain when Elder Zhao Yuan and Elder Wu Mingtong were explaining cultivation. However, every time we went to the plaza at the foot of the mountain, the disciples of Starcloud Continent would make things difficult for us. Especially Lu Fongyun and Lin Chao. Once, they injured junior apprentice brother Feng and senior apprentice brother Peng Ju and almost captured junior apprentice sister Qiu Yan. Fortunately, senior apprentice brother Gao Jian of Starfield Continent intervened and resolved our calamity." Gao Jian, this name flashed through Yixing's mind. This was one of the 8 people ranked in the first level of the 10th peak. He was a 3rd-level Astral Sea Realm swordsman. Yixing's gaze fell on Peng Ju and said, "How are junior apprentice brother Peng and junior apprentice brother Feng's injuries? Are you all right now?" Peng Ju patted his chest and said, "My injuries were not serious. I have already recovered. Junior apprentice brother Feng's injuries were a bit serious, but he has already recovered. He only went to Enlightenment Mountain after he recovered." Yixing's eyes seemed to have flames of anger as he said, "Who injured junior apprentice brother Feng? Was it Lu Fongyun or Lin Chao?" The disciples of Starcloud Continent had gone too far. Yixing was very unhappy in his heart. Now, Yixing's strength was the absolute overlord of the 10th peak. Even if Starcloud Continent had a first-level expert like Lu Li, Yixing still planned to find Starcloud Continent's disciples to establish his might. An eye for an eye. It was Lin Chao. The 4 said at the same time. Then, Zhao Yanling saw that Yixing still didn't know who Lin Chao was and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yi, Lin Chao is a 3-star king. He is much stronger than Lu Fongyun. It doesn't matter how much stronger he is than Lu Fongyun. He has to pay the price for injuring my Starcloud Continent's disciples." Yixing said. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already left the courtyard and was heading towards the 72nd courtyard. Zhao Yanling, Peng Ju, Lu Xiong, and Qiu Yan saw this and quickly followed. Courtyard 72nd. Yixing strode in and shouted, "Lin Chao, Lu Fongyun, get out here." Chapter 767. Because of Lu Li, who was ranked first, the disciples of Starcloud Continent had always been arrogant and domineering among the disciples of the 10th peak. With the exception of a few Starry Sky continents that also had first-tier powerhouses, the rest of the Starry Sky continent's disciples did not pay any attention to them. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, second only to Lu Li among the disciples of Starcloud Continent. Lu Fongyun was Lu Li's younger brother. Both of them had high statuses among the disciples of Starcloud Continent. Now that they heard someone shouting for Lin Chao and Lu Fongyun to come out, the disciples of Starcloud Continent were enraged and rushed out of their rooms. Lin Chao and Lu Fongyun were not in the courtyard. The former was ranked 2nd and the latter was 3rd. They were both cultivating in the cultivation tower. In the 72nd courtyard, there were only some 1-star and 2-star king-level disciples. Even so, each of them had a domineering aura and ferocious eyes. Seeing that the person who came was only a disciple of the 71st courtyard, their eyes were filled with contempt. The 71st courtyard was occupied by the disciples of Starcloud Continent. Starcloud Continent was the weakest of the mid-sized continents, while Starcloud Continent was one of the strongest. The two could not be compared. Lu Fengyun was defeated by Yi Xing, so naturally, he would not spread the news. Therefore, when the disciples of Starcloud Continent saw that Yi Xing was only a 9-star venerable lord, they were even more disdainful and did not put Yi Xing in their eyes. When Yi Xing's voice faded away, Zhao Yanling and the other 4 finally caught up. The disciples of Starcloud Continent looked at Yi Xing's group of 5 with sneers on their faces. A 2-star king stepped forward and coldly said, "Ants of Starcloud Continent, you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of the disciples of Starcloud Continent?" Another 2-star king shouted, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have senior brother Gao Jian's support. You dare to pick a fight? Even senior brother Gao Jian can't save you. You are courting death. Today, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Xing's gaze swept across the crowd. The 2-star kings were far inferior to Lu Fengyun. Lin Chao was a 3-star king, but the 2 of them were not among them. Yi Xing said, "Where are Lin Chao and Lu Fengyun? Tell them that I, Yi Xing, am looking for them. Tell them to get their asses over here. How dare you challenge senior brother Lin Chao and senior brother Lu Fengyun? I, Huang Kunlong, will teach you a lesson first." Among the Starcloud Continent's disciples, a 1-star king roared in anger. Huang Kunlong was at the peak of the first level of the Star Sea realm. Among the 1-star king realm disciples of the Starcloud Continent, his strength was at the peak. Wouldn't it be easy for a peak 1-star king to deal with a 9th-star venerable lord? Towards Huang Kunlong's actions, none of the Starcloud Continent's disciples stopped him. Instead, a disdainful sneer appeared on their lips. As soon as Huang Kunlong finished speaking, he leaped up and punched out. This punch came down from above, bringing with it the power to destroy mountains. A huge fist force blasted towards Yi Xing. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, like a thunderclap descending from the heavens. The airflow in the void shook, and layers upon layers of air waves rose. Huang Kunlong had used 80 to 90% of his strength. Even a 1-star king of the same realm would find it hard to resist. Using such a punch against a 9th-star venerable lord, it was obvious that Huang Kunlong wanted to heavily injure Yi Xing to the point where he couldn't even crawl up. Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, and the others were all 1-star kings. They could feel the terror of Huang Kunlong's punch, but they didn't panic. They were very clear about Yi Xing's strength. Even a peak 2-star king wasn't a match for Yi Xing. Huang Kunlong was merely a 1-star king. Facing this punch, Yi Xing felt as if he was facing a spring breeze. His expression was normal, and he didn't move at all. Seeing that the huge fist force was about to land on Yi Xing's head, Yi Xing suddenly made his move. Yi Xing suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed out. His fingertip shone with resplendent starlight, and astral energy condensed into an arrowhead. The astral energy that contained the intent of the arrow erupted with a terrifying penetrating power, and the gathering of fire yuan qi filled this finger with a berserk power. The power of this finger was berserk, and its penetrating power was terrifying. Huang Kunlong's astral energy was like a balloon that had been pierced by a needle, and it instantly exploded. As for Yi Xing's finger force, it continued forward like an arrow piercing through the void, and it instantly collided with Huang Kunlong's fist. Even though Huang Kunlong's fist was protected by a high-grade profound-grade glove, when it collided with the arrowhead-like astral energy, he still felt a sharp energy penetrate his fist, and it was as painful as being pierced by a needle. Huang Kunlong let out a miserable groan as he retracted his fist like a bolt of lightning, and his body shot back explosively. Bang! Huang Kunlong flew back dozens of meters, and he crashed into the wall of the house with a loud bang. The material of the house was sturdy, and it was strengthened by a formation, so it didn't collapse. However, Huang Kunlong's eyes were blurred, and they were filled with stars. The qi and blood in his body were surging. Under the destruction of the sharp energy that had invaded his body, his internal organs were instantly injured, and he spat out blood. With a light finger, he had injured a one-star king. Yi Xing's strength was far beyond the expectations of the Starcloud Continent's disciples. The sneers on their faces instantly froze, and then they disappeared. The first two-star king to speak suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Senior brother Wei Zhong, he actually dared to injure a disciple of our Starcloud Continent. Kill him. Senior brother Wei Zhong, show him who's boss. The other disciples of the Starcloud Continent all shouted loudly. Huang Kunlong, who had fallen far away, also shouted, Senior brother Wei Zhong, take revenge for me. Beat him until he vomits blood, beat him until he can't stand up. Whoosh! A ray of starlight soared into the sky. The two-star king, Wei Zhong, had used his astrology. Among the two-star kings, Wei Zhong was the strongest. Although he wasn't as strong as Lu Fengyun, he wasn't far off. Although Yi Xing was only a ninth-star sovereign lord, his ability to defeat Huang Kunlong with a single finger was truly shocking. Even Wei Zhong, as one of the strongest two-star kings, didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, he used his astrology from the start. Yi Xing's expression remained the same. Wei Zhong's astrology wasn't enough to make him look at him in a different light. In Yi Xing's eyes, Wei Zhong and Huang Kunlong weren't much different. Feeling Yi Xing's disdain, Wei Zhong furrowed his brows, and his heart was filled with anger. Humph! Wei Zhong coldly snorted and shouted, I want to see how strong you, a ninth-star sovereign lord, are. Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence. As his voice fell, the astral energy within Wei Zhong's body revolved, instantly forming a shield that could be seen with the naked eye, protecting his entire body. The Golden Bell Shield of Firm Essence was both offensive and defensive, but its defensive aspect was even more outstanding. When using this technique, Wei Zhong could fight against any two-star king. Even someone as strong as Lu Fengyun, a peak two-star king, wouldn't be able to break through his Golden Bell Shield in a short time. As for the Golden Bell Shield's offensive aspect, although it wasn't as outstanding as its defensive aspect, it was still quite powerful. With Wei Zhong's strength, ordinary two-star kings wouldn't be able to block it. Chapter 768. Yi Xing looked at the golden shield around Wei Zhong. His eyes were still calm and unperturbed. Break! Yi Xing bellowed as he took a step forward. His body shot out like an arrow, piercing through the void and appearing in front of Wei Zhong. Then, he pointed a finger at Wei Zhong. The tip of his finger shone brightly like an arrow, and the void in front of him crumbled. In the blink of an eye, the fingertip, which carried a resplendent light, pointed at the golden barrier. Wei Zhong was very confident in his defense. Seeing Yi Xing taking the initiative to attack, he laughed loudly and shouted, "Good timing." As he spoke, Wei Zhong circulated his astral energy to the limit. While defending himself, he was also prepared to attack. When Yi Xing's finger collided with Wei Zhong's golden energy shield and was affected by the rebound, it would be the best time for Wei Zhong to attack. At that time, Yi Xing would definitely be unable to dodge or block his punch. One punch would be enough to severely injure Yi Xing. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xing's finger landed outside Wei Zhong's golden energy shield. Just as Wei Zhong was about to launch a counterattack against Yi Xing, a crisp sound rang out, causing Wei Zhong's expression to change drastically. He saw the golden energy shield shatter under Yi Xing's finger. The finger shone brightly as it continued to move forward. Unstoppable, it pierced through everything and landed on Wei Zhong's body. Bang! This finger did not penetrate Wei Zhong's black grade high-rank inner armor, but the huge impact caused an explosion, and Wei Zhong was immediately sent flying backwards. Just like Huang Kunlong, Wei Zhong crashed into the wall behind him and spat out a mouthful of blood. As a two-star king, Wei Zhong was also defeated by Yi Xing with a single finger. Hiss! The disciples present sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhao Yanling, Peng Zhu, and the other disciples from Star Crescent Continent were shocked. Yixing was able to defeat Wei Zhong with a single finger. This meant that Yixing's strength had greatly improved since he first arrived at Dark Star Continent. As for the disciples of Starcloud Continent, they didn't look at Yixing with the slightest bit of contempt. Their eyes were filled with fear. Was this still a 9th star venerable? They had never seen a 9th star sovereign injuring a 2-star sovereign with a single finger. Thud, 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 looking at Yixing, the disciples of Starcloud Continent involuntarily took a step back. You. What do you want? A 2-star king asked. His attitude was completely different from before. Yixing said, What do I want? Didn't I say just now that Lin Chao and Lu Fongyun had to get their asses over here? How could the Starcloud Continent's disciples dare to disobey? One after another, they transmitted the message. Lin Chao and Lu Fongyun were both cultivating in the cultivation pagoda. When they received the news, they were both shocked and furious. The two of them left the cultivation room and quickly returned to the 72nd courtyard from the cultivation pagoda. Yixing, how dare you? Lu Fongyun had just arrived outside the mansion when a furious voice could be heard. Then, Lu Fongyun and Lin Chao both entered the mansion. Yixing looked over. He had known Lu Fongyun for a long time. In fact, he had also met Lin Chao on the first day of entering the sect. It was only now that he carefully sized up Lin Chao. In terms of appearance, Lin Chao was much more refined than Lu Fongyun. He was also more delicate and handsome. Wearing a blue robe, he had a valiant aura. However, Lin Chao's gaze always had a sinister feeling, which greatly damaged his valiant aura. Instead, it seemed a little evil. While Yixing was sizing up Lin Chao's gaze also looked over at Yixing. As a 3rd-star sovereign, a second-tier existence, no matter how heaven-defying Yixing's battle record was, whether he had defeated Wei Zhong or Lu Fongyun, Lin Chao didn't treat Yixing as an opponent on the same level as him. The gaze he used to size up Yixing was filled with contempt. Lin Chao said coldly, his voice chilling. You, are Yixing? Yixing's voice also chilled people. You, are Lin Chao? The corners of Lin Chao's mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. That's right, I'm Lin Chao. A mere 9th-star sovereign lord who defeated 2 2-star sovereigns. You think your battle strength is heaven-defying, yet you dare to provoke me, Lin Chao? I have to say that your guts are not small. Yixing smiled indifferently. Lin Chao continued to sneer. It seems like you don't know the difference between 2-star sovereigns and 3rd-star sovereigns. Yixing said, it doesn't matter how big the difference is. What's important is that regardless of whether you're a 2-star sovereign or a 3rd-star sovereign, anyone who dares to bully my friends won't have a good ending. Lin Chao, today, I'll return double the damage you've done to junior brother Feng. Ha ha ha. Lin Chao laughed loudly as if he had heard the funniest joke. It seems like I'll have to give you an even more severe lesson today. Only then will you know how stupid you are. As his voice fell, Lin Chao raised his hand, and a black treasured spear appeared in his hand. Including Lu Fongyun, the Starcloud Continent's disciples retreated in all directions. With a 3rd-star sovereign taking action, they didn't dare to get too close. Yixing waved his hand, indicating for Zhao Yanling and the others to retreat further away. The black treasured spear in Lin Chao's hand was pointed at Yixing as he laughed. Yixing, I heard that you're proficient in archery. Archery cultivators need a large space to display their full strength. The space in the courtyard is too small. Do you want to change seats? Ha ha ha. Lin Chao's laughter was filled with mockery. His meaning was to find a bigger space. Yixing wasn't his opponent either. Yixing's expression was calm as he said, no need. No matter where we are, it's more than enough to defeat you. Lin Chao's eyes narrowed. Yixing's reply infuriated him greatly. Arrogant. Lin Chao roared. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved, thrusting out his spear. The black treasured spear was like a dancing dragon, arriving in front of Yi Xing in an instant. Even Zhao Yanling and the others, who were standing far behind Yi Xing, felt a gust of wind blowing against their faces at this moment. A sense of fear rose in their hearts. One could imagine how powerful this spear was. Yi Xing was the target of this spear. One could imagine that his feelings would be 100 times stronger. However, Yi Xing didn't feel any fear, nor did he panic. Yi Xing's expression was as calm as before, but his aura rose explosively. A third-star sovereign was indeed incomparable to a two-star sovereign. Although Yi Xing was confident, he didn't underestimate his opponent. In an instant, the astral energy within Yi Xing's body revolved. Fire yuan qi gathered from all directions, causing his aura to rise explosively. He was like a raging flame god of war. Just as Lin Chao's spear was about to pierce Yi Xing's body swayed. In an instant, he disappeared as if he had teleported, leaving behind a hole in the void. The astral spear missed. Yi Xing instantly appeared behind Lin Chao and pointed his finger at him. Astral energy gathered at the tip of his finger to form an arrow. The arrow intent condensed at one point, and its penetrative power was terrifying. At the same time, the raging fire yuan qi gathered, increasing the arrow's power. Whoosh! The astral energy was like an arrow, shooting behind Lin Chao in an instant. Chapter 769. Lin Chao's face was filled with shock. Yi Xing's speed had exceeded Lin Chao's expectations. He had never expected that Yi Xing would be able to dodge his spear at such a short distance and counterattack so quickly. Yi Xing's finger was like an arrow. It was too fast, and Lin Chao had no time to block it. He could only roar as the astral energy in his body exploded. Whoosh! A ball of energy, with Lin Chao's body as the center, instantly spread out in all directions. A visible shockwave spread out in all directions, creating a shockwave. As a three-star king, the energy produced by Lin Chao's astral energy was extremely terrifying. Any two-star martial artist would not be able to get close to him at this moment. They would be blown away by this energy. However, the power of Yi Xing's finger attack was not only at the two-star king level, but it also had a terrifying penetrative power. It could penetrate through everything and was unstoppable. The energy attack was penetrated by the astral energy like an arrow and instantly shattered. The astral energy arrow was unstoppable. It shot forward and shattered the energy attack layer by layer. Finally, it hit Lin Chao's back. Although the energy attack from the astral energy was penetrated, it still weakened the astral energy arrow by a lot. Lin Chao had a high-grade mystic-grade inner armor on his body. Although the astral energy arrow's penetrative power was terrifying, it could not penetrate the high-grade mystic-grade inner armor. This attack only pushed Lin Chao a few steps forward. It was not a big deal. However, Lin Chao was almost knocked to the ground by Yi Xing's finger in front of everyone's eyes. He almost fell flat on his face, which made him extremely furious. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xing attacked with another finger attack. The astral energy contained arrow intent. Once Yi Xing attacked, it was like an arrow. Its speed was extremely fast and sharp. At this moment, Lin Chao had already retracted his black treasured spear. He instantly swept it and attacked behind him. Although Lin Chao's speed was not as fast as Yi Xing's, the speed of his attack in a small area was as fast as teleportation. The black treasured spear instantly hit the astral energy arrow. Boom! With a loud explosion, the astral energy arrow was shattered by the spear. Lin Chao also felt an attack coming from the black treasured spear. His arm shook, and he could not help but take a step back. What a powerful force! Lin Chao's heart trembled. The power of this astral finger arrow was actually not much inferior to the power of his spear. However, Yixing's astral finger attack was clearly much more flexible than his spear attack. No matter how one became one with the spear, it was impossible to change the length of the spear. How could a spear be as flexible as fingers? The difference in attack power was not big, but the difference in agility was huge. Lin Chao was shocked. He instantly determined that he was not his opponent. Yixing didn't give him any time to think. In the blink of an eye, Yixing's body shifted and appeared in another location as if he had teleported. His finger shot out like an arrow and attacked Lin Chao. It took a long time to describe, but in an instant, an astral finger arrow shot out. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yixing's movement and attack speed were both extremely fast. Within a breath, he had already shot out several astral finger arrows, attacking Lin Chao from different directions. Lin Chao waved his black treasured spear like a dancing dragon. His spear skills were displayed to the extreme, and it was almost impossible for anything to pass through. However, under the attack of the astral finger arrows, he still couldn't keep up with the rhythm. Such a fast attack only lasted for 3 breaths of time. Lin Chao was starting to lose his strength, and he was starting to panic. Stop! Lin Chao saw that he couldn't hold on any longer, and he hurriedly shouted, "Let's talk nicely." "Now you want to talk things over nicely?" It was too late. Yixing's speed did not slow down at all. The astral finger arrows were endless, and they were as fast as lightning. The kings present could only see a series of afterimages. They couldn't even see Yixing's attack clearly. Lin Chao was the strongest 2-star king present, but he could barely see Yixing's attack. In his panic, he quickly showed signs of defeat. Whoosh! A astral finger arrow brushed past the black treasured spear and shot into Lin Chao's wrist. The wrist was the joint between the glove and the inner armor. There was a gap that could be found, and it was the weakest point of the defense. The astral finger arrow was blocked, but the terrifying penetrating power found a gap and entered Lin Chao's wrist. A sharp pain came, and Lin Chao cried out in pain. The black treasured spear flew out of his hand. Whoosh! Yixing's figure was like an arrow. He instantly appeared in front of Lin Chao and grabbed out. Yixing's palm was as fast as an arrow. Lin Chao instinctively wanted to dodge, but it was too late. His injured wrist was caught by Yixing. The astral finger that contained the arrow intent shot out from Lin Chao's palm. It was like a small arrow, and it attacked Lin Chao's wrist through the gap. The astral arrow intent penetrated Lin Chao's body like an arrow. Everywhere it passed, his blood and meridians were damaged. It first rushed from his wrist to his arm, and then from his arm to his body. Ah! The sharp pain that came from his meridians and bone marrow caused Lin Chao to cry out in pain. The disciples of Starcloud Continent were all shocked. They didn't expect Lin Chao to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. Stop! Lu Fongyun shouted, "Yixing, don't be too presumptuous. You have gone too far today. When my brother comes back, you will have to bear the consequences." The astral energy in Lin Chao's body, under the attack of Yixing's astral arrow intent, was completely defeated. The intense pain made him kneel on the ground, losing the strength to fight back. Yixing grabbed Lin Chao's wrist and looked at Lu Fongyun, saying, "Presumptuous? Too much. I want to be presumptuous today. I want to go too far. If you don't like it, go find Lu Li." With that, Yixing stepped out and kicked Lin Chao away. He continued, "Lu Fongyun, you still have the face to speak? Do you think I can leave you out today?" Lu Fongyun's face changed. He was like a cat with its hair standing on end. He shouted, "What do you want to do?" Whoosh! As soon as Lu Fongyun finished speaking, Yixing had already appeared in front of him. He stretched out his 2 palms and grabbed at Lu Fongyun. Lu Fongyun's face changed. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, was not a match for Yixing. He was only a 2-star king. Naturally, his strength was far from Yi Xing's. In an instant, Lu Fangyun used his astrology. At the same time, he took out an upper-grade Xian weapon and retreated quickly. In terms of speed, how could Lu Fangyun compare to Yi Xing? Even though Lu Fangyun had used all his strength to retreat, Yi Xing's hand still grabbed at him quickly. He was getting closer to Lu Fangyun's body quickly. Whoosh! In a hurry, Lu Fangyun swung his sword and chopped at Yi Xing's wrists. Yi Xing pressed down with his right hand. His 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the upper-grade Xian weapon shook violently and almost flew out of Lu Fangyun's hand. Yi Xing's left hand continued to move forward and grabbed Lu Fangyun's neck. Astral arrow intent shot out. Chapter 770. The astral arrow intent was like tiny arrows, extremely sharp as they collided within Lu Fangyun's body. Even Lin Chao, a 3-star king, could not block the attack of the astral arrow intent. Lu Fangyun was naturally inferior. Under the attack of the astral arrow intent, the astral energy within Lu Fangyun's body was utterly destroyed. Without the protection of the astral energy, Lu Fangyun's flesh and blood were instantly pierced by the astral arrow intent, causing him to be severely injured. Puff! Lu Fangyun spat out a large mouthful of blood. Yi Xing was standing in front of Lu Fangyun. When the blood that Lu Fangyun spat out was still an inch away from Yi Xing's body, it was blocked by an invisible force and shot away. Yi Xing did not even touch a single drop. With the tyrannical power of the astral arrow intent, Yi Xing could completely destroy Lu Fangyun's flesh and blood, killing him completely. However, when disciples fought, it was fine to be injured, but it would be troublesome if someone died. When Lu Fangyun spat out blood, Yi Xing swung his hand and flung Lu Fangyun away like a dead dog. Thud 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 thud, the disciples of Starcloud Continent retreated one after another, looking at Yi Xing with eyes full of fear and dread. Even the 3-star king Lin Chao was defeated by Yi Xing. Among the disciples of Starcloud Continent, besides Lu Li who was ranked first, no one else was a match for Yi Xing. However, Lu Li had already entered Enlightenment Peak. In the first year, new disciples only had one chance to enter Enlightenment Peak. Once they entered, they would not easily come out. Therefore, currently, no one in Starcloud Continent could compete with Yi Xing. With such a big matter happening, someone naturally sent a message to Lu Li. Soon, Yi Xing received a message from a stranger in his communication bead. The message came from number 7131, and the content was, "You dare to hurt my disciples of Starcloud Continent. I, Lu Li, will pay you back tenfold in the future." The person who sent the message was Lu Li, the strongest disciple of Starcloud Continent. He was ranked first among the disciples of the 10th peak. Yi Xing replied to number 7131, "Bring it on." Somewhere in Enlightenment Mountain. Lu Li, in his red robe, looked gloomy. He looked at the message sent by Yi Xing and snorted in anger. "Yi Xing, you will regret this." Lu Li sent another message to Yi Xing and then cut off the communication bead. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes and continued to meditate. There was only one chance to enter the Enlightenment Mountain every year. Lu Li would not leave since he had not reached enlightenment yet. What was more, he was clear about his priorities. In the Enlightenment Mountain, the most important thing was to calm his mind and focus on learning martial arts. In the number 72 mansion, Yi Xing read the message from Lu Li and smiled. Clearly, Lu Li would not come out from the Enlightenment Mountain anytime soon. What was more, Yi Xing was full of confidence. Even if he had to fight Lu Li face to face, he was not afraid at all. He was not afraid of Lu Li coming back. Yi Xing's gaze swept across the disciples of the Starcloud Continent and said, "Today's matter ends here. Remember this lesson in your hearts. If you dare to make things difficult for the disciples of the Starcloud Continent in the future, it will not be as simple as today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixing led Zhao Yanling and the others away. Number 71 mansion was adjacent to the mansion where the disciples of Starcloud Continent lived. Basically, only the disciples of Starcloud Continent bullied them. Now, Yixing had solved the problem of the disciples of Starcloud Continent. As long as Luli did not come back from Enlightenment Mountain, the disciples of Starcloud Continent would not dare to act rashly in front of the disciples of Starcloud Continent. Now that Yixing had nothing to worry about, he naturally went to the cultivation tower to cultivate. He was only at the 9th level of astral reaching realm. The amount of astral power he needed to consolidate his cultivation was much less than that of King Realm warriors. The cultivation speed inside the cultivation tower was much faster than outside. There was still half a year before the 1 year was up, which was enough time for Yixing to consolidate his cultivation to a very deep level. At the top of the 10th peak, inside the cultivation tower, Yixing directly went to the 3rd floor. There were 4 cultivation rooms on the 3rd floor. The doors were closed, and there were identity plates hanging outside. Clearly, there were people cultivating inside. The 4 identity plates had the names of Zheng Haoyu, Sun Gang, Gao Jian, and Zhen Zihan. They were all disciples of the 1st level. Yixing's strength was no weaker than the disciples of the 1st level of the 10th peak. He originally wanted to find a cultivation room on the 3rd level of the cultivation pagoda, but when he saw that there were people occupying it, he retreated to the 2nd level. There were a total of 12 cultivation rooms on the 2nd floor. There were only a few cultivation rooms in the cultivation tower, but there were a lot of disciples in the top 3 levels. If the rooms were divided equally, there would be 2 to 3 people cultivating in each room. The competition would be fierce. Now that the new disciples had been in the sect for half a year, whether they wanted to comprehend martial arts in the Enlightenment Mountain or consolidate their cultivation in the cultivation tower, the disciples had already made their decision. Every single cultivation room was occupied by someone. It was the same on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor. However, Yixing found an empty cultivation room on the 2nd floor. This was originally the cultivation room that Lin Chao had occupied. Lin Chao had been badly injured by Yixing in the 72nd courtyard, and was still recovering. He hadn't returned to the cultivation tower yet. Since there was an empty room, Yixing naturally wouldn't be polite. He hung his identity plate outside the door and entered the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered the cultivation room, Yixing immediately sensed the rich astral energy in the surroundings. Yixing's super brain calculated and soon understood that cultivating here would be 2 times faster than cultivating in his room. In other words, cultivating here for a month would be more effective than cultivating in his room for 3 months. This is really a good place. Feeling the astral energy in the surroundings, Yixing's mood was very good. He thought to himself, there are still 4 more months before the 1 year end. If I cultivate here for 4 months, the effects will be better than cultivating in my room for a year. It should be enough for me to consolidate my cultivation to the peak of the 9th level. Yixing quickly circulated the high-grade Mystic Class Meteor Fall incantation. At the same time, he also used the Black Hole Constellation. The Black Hole Constellation in his body and the Black Hole Constellation above him revolved at the same time, madly absorbing the astral energy in the surroundings to consolidate his cultivation. A day later, Lin Chao returned to the cultivation room. Seeing that someone was cultivating in the room he had previously occupied, he was instantly enraged. However, when he saw that the identity plate outside the door belonged to Yixing, although Lin Chao's anger didn't diminish, it was replaced by fear. Without saying anything, Lin Chao left the cultivation pagoda. He didn't dare to ask Yixing for the cultivation room back. Firstly, the cultivation room didn't belong to him, and secondly, he couldn't take it back from Yixing. Yixing cultivated in the 8th cultivation room on the 2nd floor, day after day. A huge amount of astral energy was absorbed by Yixing's body, and the strength of his astral energy increased by 1,000 miles every day. The peaceful days of cultivation lasted for more than 3 months, until one day. Boom! A loud explosion woke Yixing from his cultivation state. Chapter 771. The sound came from the door of the cultivation room. The door of the cultivation room was made of ores and was extremely sturdy. Moreover, it was reinforced by a formation. Even a high-level king would have a hard time destroying it. Although the door of the cultivation room was difficult to destroy, sound could still be transmitted in. That explosion just now was obviously someone attacking the door of the cultivation room. Kong, after 2 breaths of time, another explosion sounded. Yixing even felt the door of the cultivation room shake. Yixing raised his eyebrows and his eyes burned with anger. The most taboo thing to do during cultivation was to disturb someone. Attacking the door of the cultivation room while someone was cultivating was an extremely disrespectful act. Clearly, someone was deliberately looking for trouble. Could it be Lu Li has returned from Enlightenment Mountain? Yixing thought to himself. Among the disciples of the 10th peak, Yixing only had conflicts with the disciples of the Starcloud continent. However, other than Lu Li, the disciples of the Starcloud continent wouldn't come looking for trouble with Yixing. Yixing appeared behind the door of the cultivation room in a single step. Before the other party could attack again, he opened the door and walked out. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, the explosion just now had obviously affected the other disciples. Many people came out of the cultivation tower. Those who were able to cultivate in the cultivation tower were all 3-star kings. 3-star kings were the elites of the elites in the 10th peak. Attacking the door of the cultivation room would affect everyone who was cultivating and would definitely be hated by everyone. However, when these 3-star kings came out of the cultivation rooms and saw the disciple who attacked the door of the cultivation room, they didn't get angry. Instead, they all looked at the door of the 8th cultivation room. Yixing also saw this person. On the first day of entering the Dark Star Temple, the disciples of the Starcloud continent and Starcloud continent had met face to face. Yixing was very sure that this person in front of him wasn't Lu Li. Although there were less than 2,000 disciples on the 10th peak, there were still 1,700 of them. Yixing wasn't familiar with many of them, so he didn't recognize this person. Yixing did not know this person, nor did he have any interactions with him, yet he was attacking his cultivation room. This was simply starting a grudge for no reason at all. Yixing truly did not understand this person's intentions. Yixing asked, "Who are you?" This person's stature was very majestic. Hearing this, he smiled and raised his head. "Who am I?" "Huh. Kid, you don't even recognize me, and you still dare to come to the 2nd level?" Without waiting for Yixing to speak, the man slapped his chest forcefully and shouted, "I'll slaughter 10,000 cities." Although Yixing did not recognize the other party, he knew the name, Tu Wancheng. Tu Wancheng was a disciple ranked in the 2nd tier, and came from a powerful mid-tier continent, the Star Blood continent, which was stronger than the Starcloud continent. Tu Wancheng could only be considered as the number 2 disciple of the Star Blood continent. The number 1 disciple was called Tu Qianzhang, who was ranked 1st. On the 10th peak, Tu Qianzhang was definitely famous. On the 2nd day after Yixing returned from Enlightenment Mountain, he entered the cultivation tower to cultivate. However, he had also heard of Tu Qianzhang's deeds. In the first half of the year, there were 3 fights between disciples of the 1st tier, and 2 of them were related to Tu Qianzhang. Tu Qianzhang had fought against Sun Gang and Zhen Zihan of the 1st tier, and won both of them. It was obvious that he was one of the strongest among the disciples of the 1st tier, so of course his name was known throughout the 10th peak. Because of Tu Qianzhang's existence, the disciples of the Star Blood continent on the 10th peak were naturally arrogant. Even the arrogant disciples of the Starcloud continent had to back down when they met him. Although Tu Wancheng was not as famous as Tu Qianzhang, he was still one of the best among the disciples of the 2nd tier. With Tu Qianzhang as his support, Tu Wancheng could do whatever he wanted on the 10th peak. He might not even give face to some of the disciples of the first tier. Tu Wansheng started cultivating in the cultivation pagoda, occupying a cultivation room. 3 months ago, he went to Enlightenment Peak to comprehend the Tao. His perception was not very high, and after comprehending for 3 months, he did not gain anything. He felt that it would be better for him to consolidate his cultivation to the peak of the 3rd layer of the astral sea realm in the cultivation room, which would allow him to enter the ranks of the first-level disciples. Thus, Tu Wansheng returned to the cultivation tower. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, there were no more cultivation rooms available. At this time, Tu Wansheng saw Yi Xing's identity card. Yi Xing was a 9th-star Venerable Lord, but he was ranked in the 3rd tier, and had the qualifications to cultivate in the cultivation tower. On the 10th peak, he was considered a special person. Many people knew about him, and Tu Wansheng was one of them. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the strength of a peak 2-star king. No matter which starry sky continent, this was an extremely heaven-defying battle strength. Many of the elite disciples were skeptical of Yi Xing's strength. Tu Wansheng did not believe that Yi Xing had the qualifications to enter the 3rd tier. Today, when he saw Yi Xing cultivating on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower, he was instantly enraged. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had the qualifications to cultivate on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower? Absolutely not, Tu Wansheng concluded in his heart. Thus, Tu Wansheng ignored the taboo and attacked the door of the cultivation room. The main reason why he ignored the taboo was that he did not put Yi Xing, a 9th-star Venerable Lord, in his eyes. Yi Xing looked at Tu Wansheng and said, "Do you know the consequences of attacking the door of the cultivation room when others are cultivating?" Tu Wansheng grinned and said, "Consequences? The consequences are for you to come out and go to the 1st tier that belongs to you. Otherwise." Tu Wansheng clenched his fists and twisted his body. All the bones in his body crackled. "Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson." Yi Xing said, "Lin Chao has already been defeated by me. According to the sect rules, I belong to the 2nd tier and have the qualifications to cultivate on the 2nd floor. You attacked the door of the cultivation room and disturbed my cultivation. How are you going to compensate me?" Yi Xing defeating Lin Chao was not a secret. Starcloud Continent's disciples cared about their reputation and would not speak of it, but Star Crescent Continent's disciples did not care about their reputation. The news had already spread. Some disciples had already heard of this battle. The disciples of the 2nd tier were all 3-star kings, and they did not believe it. Therefore, the disciples on the 2nd floor of the cultivation tower were looking at Tu Wansheng and Yi Xing with great interest. If the two fought, they would be able to verify whether Yi Xing had really defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wansheng had just returned from the Enlightenment Mountain. In order to focus on comprehending the Tao, he had turned off the communication bead, so he did not know that Yi Xing had defeated Lin Chao. Tu Wansheng's cultivation was at the late 3rd level of the astral sea realm, only a step away from the peak 3rd level. His strength was strong, and among the disciples of the 2nd tier, he was one of the strongest. Even Lin Chao, who was also an outstanding disciple of the 2nd tier, was somewhat inferior in front of Tu Wansheng. However, Tu Wansheng also knew that even if he was stronger than Lin Chao, the gap between them was not that big. If Lin Chao was defeated by Yi Xing, wouldn't it mean that he, Tu Wansheng, was also not Yi Xing's opponent? This was something Tu Wansheng would never believe. Chapter 772. He. Tu Wansheng stared at Yi Xing and laughed. "You still want compensation? Fine, I'll compensate you and reward you with a few slaps on the face." As his voice fell, Tu Wansheng's aura soared. A surge of terrifying power erupted from his body, causing the void to tremble. Bang! Tu Wansheng punched out. Like a thunderclap, the void in front of him shattered as he punched towards Yi Xing's face. On the 2nd floor of the cultivation pagoda, there were cultivation rooms on all sides. In the middle was a large hall that was only 10 meters long and wide. For a king, a distance of 10 miles could be covered in an instant. Now that there was less than 10 meters between them, it was simply a close combat battle. Tu Wancheng's punch didn't even take a tenth of an instant to hit Yixing. However, in terms of speed, Yixing wasn't inferior to any low-step king. Yixing's figure instantly disappeared, and Tu Wancheng's lightning-fast punch missed. The space was small, and Tu Wancheng's fist aura was contained within his fist. Although the momentum didn't seem vast, its power wasn't small at all. Where Yixing stood, the space was instantly shattered by the fist aura. When his punch missed, Tu Wancheng heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. His reaction speed was extremely fast, and his senses were extremely sharp. Without even turning his head, he punched out. Bang! Fist and finger collided, and a loud explosion rang out. Tu Wancheng felt as if his fist had been shot by an arrow, and there was a piercing pain. His body couldn't help but take a few steps back. As for Yixing, he had neutralized Tu Wancheng's fist aura without even taking half a step back. The difference in strength between the two was obvious. In just the first round, the spectating disciples were certain that Yixing's victory over Lin Chao was not a lie. A 9th-star Venerable Lord had defeated a 3-star king. This was simply unbelievable. When the spectating disciples confirmed this result, they were incomparably shocked. The one who was the most shocked was Tu Wancheng. The fist aura was fierce, and the finger aura was sharp. When his fist clashed with Yixing's finger, he felt a piercing pain, but he was still pushed back. This meant that his strength was inferior, and the gap between them wasn't small. Whoosh! The void shattered. Yixing stabbed out with another finger, like an arrow piercing through the air. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was too fast. Only a tenth of a breath of time had passed after exchanging blows. Only king-level existences could see it clearly. Those below the king level probably couldn't see anything. Tu Wancheng immediately used his astrology, and a bright starlight soared into the sky. It was an extreme earth element astrology. Using astrology, Tu Wancheng's strength soared. His body was covered in a yellow glow. Regardless of whether it was his attack or defense, both had increased by several folds. Yixing's astral finger arrow was shattered by Tu Wancheng's punch. Yixing felt the pain coming from his fingertips and immediately retreated. The situation was instantly reversed. Tu Wancheng's strength was indeed higher than Lin Chao's by a notch. Yixing actually had an irresistible pressure when he did not use his astrology. Tu Wancheng's punch repelled Yixing, but there was no joy on his face because Yixing had yet to use his astrology. Kill! Tu Wancheng shouted. His astral energy exploded to the limit, and his speed increased to the limit. He unleashed his strongest punch, attacking Yixing with extreme speed. Yixing used his arrow intent and his body as an arrow. He instantly shattered the void and dodged to the side as if he had teleported. Tu Wancheng's punch missed. Boom! Tu Wancheng's punches were as fast as lightning. After his first punch missed, his second punch was already flying towards Yixing. The space of over 10 meters was too narrow. Tu Wancheng's fist force had enveloped the entire space. No matter where Yixing tried to hide, Tu Wancheng would know in an instant, and his attack would arrive in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Tu Wancheng threw out 10 punches. Yixing's body was like an arrow, and he dodged 10 times in a row. Even the 3-star kings who were spectating the battle were dazzled by the speed of the battle. Dodge? Let's see how many times you can dodge my attacks. Tu Wancheng shouted. As a late 3-star king, his astral energy was extremely dense. Although such fast attacks consumed a lot of his astral energy, he could still hold on for 2 hours without any problem. It was a long story, but the battle between the two had only lasted a little more than a breath's time. Every move and style had reached their limits, and a breath's time was enough for them to exchange 10 blows. Suddenly, a fiery red starlight soared into the sky. The illusory image of a blazing star appeared in the sky. Yixing had used an extreme-grade flame star. Tu Wancheng's cultivation was profound, his speed was also very fast, and his defense was also very strong. Even if it was a first-grade disciple, it would not be easy to defeat him. Yixing did not intend to waste time with him, so he used his astrology. The flame star image poured down a surging flame star power, and Yixing was like a flame god. His whole body was red, and there were flames burning in the void. The power of the extreme fire star aspect combined with the perfect fire grand momentum caused Yixing's power to increase exponentially. In an instant, the power of Yixing's attack had increased by a large margin. "Lose for me!" Yixing shouted, and his finger shot out like an arrow. It pierced through the void and shot towards Tu Wancheng. This time, the astral finger arrow was covered in a layer of scarlet flames, and its might was more than 10 times stronger than before. Just the terrifying might it revealed made every single 3-star king present feel a sense of suffocation. Tu Wancheng's expression changed. From Yixing's finger, he felt like he was facing Tu Qianzhang. It was an absolute pressure, and it made his heart tremble instinctively. Although he was afraid, deep in his heart, Tu Wancheng was more angry. He was a 3-star king, a genius of the Star Blood continent. He could not tolerate being defeated by a 9-star venerable lord. Roar! Tu Wancheng's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he roared like a mad lion. He unleashed all his power. Under such a crazy state, he had almost surpassed his limit, and he unleashed 120% of his power. Terrifying power condensed in his fists, and they bloomed with a bright yellow light. It was as if they had turned golden. In an instant, the golden fist collided with the scarlet flame arrow-like astral finger. There was no explosion as expected, and there was no violent explosion. At the moment when the fist and finger collided, the airflow in all directions surged towards the point of collision, as if there was a strong suction force. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped, and there was only silence. This process only lasted half a blink of an eye. Puff! Tu Wancheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying. A terrifying airwave was instantly generated, and it covered the entire hall. The airwave was so strong that the 3-star king disciples could not open their eyes, and they quickly retreated into the cultivation room. Bang! Tu Wancheng crashed into the wall, and he was stuck on the wall for a breath's time before he fell to the ground. Chapter 773. Soon, the 3-star kings who had retreated into the cultivation rooms rushed out. Looking at Yixing standing in the middle of the hall and Tu Wancheng who had fallen down the wall, all the disciples were dumbfounded. Tu Wancheng stood up with difficulty and spat out another mouthful of blood. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. Obviously, Tu Wancheng's injuries were not light. Attacking the door of someone's cultivation room when they were cultivating was a taboo. Yixing naturally wanted Tu Wancheng to suffer the consequences and pay the price. Tu Wancheng leaned against the wall, and after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he finally caught his breath and looked at Yixing fiercely. 2 to 3 breaths of time was very short for mortals or ordinary warriors. However, to a king who could attack more than 10 times in one breath, it was a very long time. With a king's vitality, ordinary injuries could be suppressed in less than half a breath. Tu Wancheng spent 2 to 3 breaths of time to suppress his injuries, which showed how serious his injuries were. Ever since he entered the Dark Star Divine Palace, Tu Wancheng had never suffered such a serious injury. In fact, in his 30 years of life, he had only suffered such a serious injury twice. Therefore, Tu Wancheng looked at Yixing with eyes full of anger and viciousness. Facing Tu Wancheng's anger and viciousness, Yixing's expression was normal as he said, "When I was cultivating, you attacked the door of my cultivation room. This is a taboo. Even if I crippled you today, the peak master wouldn't think that I went overboard. Now, I'm just giving you a small lesson, and you can't take it?" Tu Wansheng was about to speak, but Yixing had already shouted, "Even if you can't take it, you have to take it. If you're not convinced, next time when I'm cultivating, you can attack the door as much as you want. However, next time, it won't be so simple. I'll still break your meridians and cripple your cultivation. Get lost." The only way to deal with a fierce person was to be even fiercer. Yixing's words had completely destroyed Tu Wansheng's momentum. Although Tu Wansheng was still angry, he didn't dare to say anything in front of Yixing, and left in a sorry state. As soon as Tu Wansheng left, Yixing became the focus of all the 3-star King Realm disciples. Yixing's gaze swept across the disciples. The disciples felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They didn't dare to meet his gaze and retreated into the cultivation rooms. Yixing also entered cultivation room number 8 and took out his communication bead. Soon, the communication bead received a message. As Yixing had expected, the message was sent by Tu Qianzhang, the number 1 figure in the Starblood continent. Tu Qianzhang said, "Boy, you should be glad that I'm at Enlightenment Mountain. Otherwise, I would definitely crush your wretched bones. However, don't be too happy. There's still a month before the year-long competition for the new disciples begins. At that time, I will let all the disciples hear your screams. Just you wait." Yixing smiled casually. Tu Qianzhang was indeed famous on the 10th peak, but he couldn't scare Yixing. Yixing had already comprehended the 3 great forces of heaven and earth to perfection, and he had also comprehended a martial intent in his Tao of archery. Let alone the 10th peak, even if it were the entire 10 peaks, as long as they were outer court disciples, Yixing wouldn't fear anyone. Although Tu Qianzhang was strong, he wasn't necessarily the number 1 disciple of the 10th peak. He couldn't be compared to the number 1 figures of the other 9 peaks. How could Yixing be afraid of him? Yixing replied to Tu Qianzhang, "I'll wait for you. Don't let me down." Tu Qianzhang replied quickly, "I won't let you down. I will only make you despair." Luli, Tu Qianzhang. It seems that the year-long competition for the new disciples won't be peaceful. Well, I'll settle all the grudges at that time. If I don't beat you down, you won't know who the real overlord of the 10th peak is. Yixing thought to himself. He was looking forward to the upcoming new disciple competition. The news of Tu Wansheng being defeated by Yixing on the 2nd level of the cultivation tower quickly spread among the disciples of the 10th peak. This time, there were more than 10 disciples who had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. They came from different mid-sized continents, and the news was spread much more widely than the battle between Yixing and Lin Chao. Yixing was originally a special person on the 10th peak. Now, even the 3-star king Tu Wansheng had been defeated by Yixing. When the disciples of the 10th peak heard the news, most of them were full of admiration for Yixing, a 9th-star venerable lord. Yixing's reputation on the 10th peak was naturally great. His reputation was so strong that he could catch up with the 8 disciples of the 1st level. Because of the impact of the battle with Tu Wansheng, the news of Yixing and Lin Chao's battle spread like wildfire. Almost all the disciples of the 10th peak knew that Yixing had offended Lu Li and Tu Qianzhang, 2 disciples of the 1st level. Yixing, Lu Li, and Tu Qianzhang would have a battle sooner or later. Currently, Lu Li and Tu Qianzhang were both in Enlightenment Mountain and would not return easily. However, when the 1-year period was up, all the new disciples would have to leave Enlightenment Mountain and a battle would be held. All the disciples knew that the battle between Yixing, Lu Li, and Tu Qianzhang would definitely take place during the competition. All the disciples were looking forward to the competition. They wanted to know the limit of Yixing's strength as a 9th-star venerable lord. Could Yixing's strength be compared to the disciples of the 1st level? Everything would be revealed in the new disciple competition. The last month passed under the anticipation of the disciples. The 1-year period of the new disciples had finally arrived. Ming Feng had closed the cultivation tower a day earlier. Enlightenment Mountain was also sealed, and the disciples inside returned to their own peaks. Yixing had been cultivating on the second floor of the cultivation tower for more than 4 months. The results were better than cultivating in his residence for a year. His cultivation base had stabilized to the peak of the 9th layer. Peak of the 9th layer of astral reaching realm was only a step away from the first layer of astral reaching realm. But in reality, it was the difference between a venerable and a king. It was a breakthrough of a major realm. For many martial artists, this was an extremely difficult barrier to break through. Even for martial artists with king's mandate and above, breaking through from venerable to king would require a long time. According to Yixing's estimation, if he were to continue cultivating in the cultivation tower, he would need another year or so to break through to astral sea realm and become a king. With my strength, if I use all my trump cards and return to the Star Continent, I should be able to battle with Supreme King Meng Tai, and even defeat him. At that time, Brother He Biao and I will definitely be able to kill Meng Tai. At that time, the great Yuan dynasty will have no leader, and will be destroyed in one fell swoop. The night before the competition, Yixing didn't think about the next day's battle. Instead, his thoughts returned to the Star Continent. He thought of Wei Qingxian, He Biao, and Hua Tianfeng. I wonder how they are now. Yixing couldn't wait to return. His gaze gradually became firm. No one could stop him from going home. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.